I'm not a big communicator through email, for example, so it can seem like I'm unresponsive, but I'm very responsive through phone. That's just my communication style, but if those things aren't said, some people communication style, they get very passionate and they get very loud, or their tone shifts. Like, if those things aren't like quantitative and we can understand, like, okay, this person is a listener, this person is a speaker, this person communicates through phone, this person likes meetings. If we can't have that understanding before we develop these committee structures and hold each other accountable for being a good communicator, we're not really going to know what being a good communicator looks like.
Mm-hmm. And you know, this reminds me of what you shared something last night about the love languages, Mr. Cox.
Yeah.
And I've seen somewhere before, and it resonated with me so very deeply during a specific period of time in my life. And what I saw was this: just because someone didn't love you the way you wanted doesn't mean they didn't love you with everything they had. And that ties to me with what you're saying. Because it's very easy, if I am someone whose primary method is text or email, and I'm emailing you and I'm texting you, and I'm emailing you and I'm texting you, and you calling me, and I'm texting you, because clearly I can't take the call. That's how it resonates in my mind. So to me, you're being evasive. But to you, you're like, no, all these emails and all these texts, a quick conversation, 15 minutes, I don't have to have 2,000 texts. Mm-hmm. So I'm encouraged to hear that it sounds collectively as a board, communication is something that you all are very clear, you have a desire to improve and are willing to take steps to do so. So in order to stay on target in time, because again, I'm gonna be on my train. I'm gonna defer now to Mr. Rivera and colleague, and then we'll come back.
Okay, she can give it to him. Okay.
So good morning. While we're waiting for them to set up the presentation, I just want to say, from sitting here and listening, at least the first part of the morning that Dr. Waite provided, I represent lots of boards in the capacity as general counsel. I do think it's really important, the work you're doing around, what you're talking about, norms or code of conduct you want to establish. And I particularly like Cameron Cox, Mr. Cox's suggestion about what he did when he was in law enforcement, of kind of affirming every day, And what I've seen when I've done work like this, and even just dealing with the public, when we reaffirm the rules or the norms every meeting, it tends to lead people to follow them much better than you think. And it seems like, oh, why do we have to read these? We know them. But just saying them at the outset of the meeting and kind of advising the public on what's appropriate during public comment has really changed a lot of my districts in terms of how they interact with the board. So my suggestion, just listening, is these things that you mentioned, you may want to ground them at some point and then reaffirm them regularly, because it's hard to say you're going to do something and speak it and then not do that when you continue. So I really don't want you to lose what you talked about, because those items were all really good ideas that I think can help. So I hope I've talked enough to get us to the presentation. Okay, great. All right, so it looks like we're almost ready to begin. And we were tasked with putting together a brief and short presentation, but one that's important regarding the role of the board, you know, and your oversight in connection with, you know, personnel, labor, you know, employment decisions that come before you or that you have to weigh in as a board member. And, you know, this is something that's, you know, very difficult for most boards to do, because you're kind of, you know, working between, you know, your role to oversee and make sure things are appropriate and accurate, but also deferring to the administration and the superintendent on the recommendations. So we are going to focus on that. But let me start by just introducing myself to the public. Sorry, my name is Ramon Rivera. Our firm is Anthony Cantor Rivera, and I'm joined by Madeleine Hicks, my partner, and we are the board's Labor and Employment Council. And as I mentioned, you know, our task before us is what I just described. And, you know, we want to start just by describing what we do for the district. So we represent the district in connection with labor negotiations, grievances, anything dealing with, you know, what we like to bucket as interactions with the unions or those folks. This year, since we've been brought on, we worked with the superintendent and the board to successfully negotiate the contract for PASA, which are your administrators. I won't go into details because we may have to go into closed session on that, but you know, we were able to reach an agreement within pretty good timing for what the work is done, and I'm pleased that we did that, and you know, compliments to the board and the superintendent for his stewardship during that process. We also handle litigation for the district, and we did discuss a little bit of this yesterday in closed session, which I can't discuss here, but we represent the district in numerous matters where you know, there is litigation that's ongoing. This is something that we at our firm handle to ensure that we're bringing the best results for the district while also you know, being reasonable and giving you great advice. I will not get into details there as well, but just want to give you an oversight of what we do there. And then the next bucket is just board oversight. So as I mentioned in my intro, you know, the board's role in the space of the labor and employment work and litigation is to receive, you know, information from the district. That comes from the superintendent, as you know. But you also have an obligation to your constituents to ensure that what you're voting on you fully understand, you agree with or not, but you are taking those recommendations in a space where you have the information that you need. And I think the balance between what you need in terms of information and what the district may be providing sometimes can become out of sync or just unbalanced, and that's where you need to recenter that so you're getting what you need to be informed as a board member, to support the superintendent as much as possible, but if you do have questions or you have concerns, there's a space for that. And we want to just discuss that balance today with suggestions on how to improve that on both sides. You're up, right? So I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Madeleine Hicks. She's going to lead this part of it, and I thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Ron. Okay, so as Ramon mentioned, we're going to discuss the balance of board and the administration and how that really operates together. So as board members, I won't get into the detail of it because I believe General Counsel is going to do a full presentation on ethics. Everything you do is grounded in the School Ethics Act, right? So that's what says, you know, you can't do anything that's going to be a conflict of interest. You have to act within the best interest of the district. And if, you know, we're not saying that would ever happen, but if there were ever ethics charges that were brought, it would all fall under this umbrella. So we're going to ground it in what you are supposed to do, what you're allowed to do, what you shouldn't do pursuant to the act. So just the relevant portions that we'll touch on today are the statutory text that states, I will confine my board action to policymaking, planning, and appraisal, and it will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. So what does that mean? You're going to listen to your professionals, right? But you need to, again, as we'll discuss later, have the information and be empowered to say, well, you told me this, but what does this really mean? I need to be able to ask questions. The second one is, will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. I will support and protect school personnel and proper performance of their duties. So you have to work as a group, right? Yes, you are an individual board member, but you have to take action collectively. And you have to be careful that you're not going to administer. You are going to be listening, again, to the information that's provided and making the best choices after what's provided there. This means that you might have a disagreement with your fellow board member or the administration. You can listen to the facts presented. You might not always agree, but at the end of the day, you have to vote and make the decision that you believe is best based upon the information presented.
So this is a really important one, and this is the one that we all know about, which is basically, thou shalt not administer, right? And that's used in a lot of contexts with boards by the administration or to say, okay, this is my space, board, I'm running it, you shouldn't administer. But the difficulty here is then you might have a suggestion. You may have experience in how an organization should work. You may have experience in what's the best, way to move forward. And so you want to make that recommendation, but then it feels like you're being stifled because you can't, because I can't get involved in administration, or administering. So this is where the balance comes in, where you as a board member can make a suggestion about what should happen, but not step over the line. And, I had something recently with a board where, a member, made a really detailed suggestion about how to do something within an employment or personnel sense. And that was crossing the line. Like, why don't you, it was a hiring for someone and had to do with, advertising and putting out, reviewing resumes and all, and it was very specific. That, when you're getting into those level of details, you're crossing the line. You give the superintendent the advice, we want to hire in this space, we want a magnificent person to do this work, here's what we're looking for, and then the details of how that's done are left to the superintendent and administration to figure out. And while you have great ideas, you can provide them, but they cannot be directives in that space when it crosses the line. You're welcome.
And the last one that we'll just highlight, because again, everything you do has to be grounded within the act, is I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the chief administrative officer. And that really touches on also what Ramon just said, and being careful with that balance. So we give that background to say, and it might sound a lot like, well, what you're not supposed to do, but what are you supposed to do, right? What's the information that you're supposed to have? Communication is key. Having information ahead of time is key. If you are able to receive input from your administrators, your staff, stakeholders prior to meeting and know what's going on, you will be best suited to make decisions that are well informed. You will be able to know what's actually happening, and you won't be, last minute having to vote on something. This takes time, of course, and how is this applied? We would always recommend monthly updates. There can be committees or smaller groups that can meet in between board meetings to keep updates going. That's always a great tool in ensuring that you are staying abreast of what's happening. Obviously, some things happen on the fly, and you're unable to inform the board members immediately, but what we want to try to do is just have open communication so that if that is occurring, the information is being transferred as soon as possible. When at the end of the year, right, we have non-renewals, we have terminations. There are things that are happening throughout the year that folks might want to be updated on. What I've seen and I would recommend is perhaps a personnel monthly update. So during that time, you would be updated with if there are any complaints or concerns, if there are any disciplines that you need to be aware of, because then you can stay monitoring and say, well, I'm aware that happened with that person, but what was the outcome? Again, as a board, you have a lot of responsibility, and you're empowered to make these, or it's your responsibility to make these choices and decisions, but you need to be empowered with the right information. Document ongoing support and monitoring. Everything that's happening, you should be able to, if you request it, have I don't want to say a file that you say, hey, personnel, I would like to know what's happening here. Can I receive an update? And committees and meetings are a great place for that to happen, so you can have an open conversation closed and discuss as a board. Finally, a thorough review of outcomes before a recommendation is made, right? You don't want to be at the point where it's just, oh, well, we decided this should happen, but you don't necessarily know everything that went into that decision. We recommend that you're staying updated throughout the year as these things happen, unless, of course, as I said earlier, there's an emergent situation and a final decision needs to be made. So really what it comes down to is what sounds like is the theme of what I'm hearing a lot of you saying of this weekend, which is communication, ask questions, ask for the information, but also then relying on the professionals and the information you have when making your decisions. Anything else you want to add?
So I think Madeleine did a great job of kind of providing, what we think will make it better, but let's ground it. So I heard the superintendent say no surprises, right? One of the common themes I see where boards get frustrated is they feel like there's a surprise that comes before them and they don't have enough time to review it. This just was given to them. And I think there are reasons for that. Maybe it's an emergent situation, there's context, but the more communication about what's happening and why these things are coming up helps to make board members feel more comfortable with why they may have to do something in an emergent fashion. But that should be limited as much as possible, and that's where regular communication is important. Whether that's the personnel update that you mentioned, we know this is going on every month, we're following this case, we're getting regular updates. So when you get that conversation at the end about, well, we need to recommend this settlement or take this action, you've, as a board, lived with it the entire time. It just didn't come up at the end, And that's key, setting regular meetings, making sure folks attend, but also as board members, making sure you're reviewing everything that's provided to you, and you're prepared. So, it's hard to come to a meeting you haven't read and everything, and then you're getting, lawyers are talking to you, professionals, and you don't really understand it because you haven't had the time to go through it. I think taking that time, asking questions, like, I don't know what's going on, I don't understand this, helps you to feel more comfortable with the decision. And then just the last part, I'd like to, questions, but I really want you guys, if you can, to ask things that you have, issues that you have right now, so we can work it out, because I do think this is an opportunity to reset and potentially set up a system around the labor, personnel, and employment where you as board members are getting what you need in a timely fashion, if that's the issue, and you're able to then support the decisions more freely because you've had the time to review it. So I'll open up for any questions, comments. Sorry.
I have two. I was just typing one as you were wrapping up. But with regard to reviewing the resumes, when you mentioned about resume reviewing when it comes to the recommendations for employees to the district, it's not really a question. I just kind of want some more clarity provided to the full board regarding our role in that specifically. There are times and have been times in the past where a recommendation is made of the board from the superintendent on hiring, and board members have requested to review resumes. Now, coming onto the board, my first thought was, we're not the subject matter experts. Us reviewing the resumes, it doesn't matter. Like, we really just need to go off. But then to some extent, I can understand how it may matter to certain board members. But I just want to understand that fine line between oversight and overreach when it comes to that particularly, because we approve a lot of hires. I mean, all of them essentially. So if there is some type of apprehension from the board based on the recommendation or the lack of knowledge or maybe lack of review of the documentation in front of you, where does the line need to be drawn where it's like, well, we want to review resumes, or should that not be a request made by the board? What are our limitations in that aspect?
So boards are entitled to review resumes.
They are?
There are, yes, but
Okay.
there are limitations to the involvement in the process, the interviewing, and working with the candidates as they're being onboarded. There are ways to do that, though, that I recommend in terms of keeping information confidential. For example, you're reviewing resumes, you may know who's applying, folks who are applying for things, and then they may or may not get it, and that could impact the process. So, we have set up systems where board members can come in and review the resumes, ask questions, and then, they're not able to take that information with them or disseminate it. It helps you to make a more informed decision as a board in terms of who's being hired and whether the qualifications meet, the necessary expectations for the position. I do think it makes sense, though, to have the superintendent or his designee walk you through the resumes and why the recommendation is being made, though, because if you do it in a vacuum, you may not understand, why it's important. To your point, we're not subject matter experts. We don't know the specifics of this position and why it's needed and why the recommendation is being made for that candidate. But board members should not be involved in reviewing resumes and saying, here's the person we should go with. That stays with the superintendent. But if you want to vet the decision, why are you recommending X person? Who are the other candidates? That information you should see, because I think it helps you to trust the process more, as opposed to feeling like, well, we're not getting information we're asking for. It's being steered for this one candidate, and what do the other resumes look like? I think the more transparency, the more trust, and the more the district works in a fashion where it's all rowing in the same direction.
And I think that, I do understand the aspect of wanting to in certain cases, because you have a diverse board of people from varying backgrounds. So you may have a subject matter expert. You may have somebody from that field who can say, well, listen, I know what it takes to do this position, or what, as a board member, we're looking for our students. So maybe seeing the resumes would help me determine whether or not I actually want to support this recommendation. So I do understand that, but I just want to make sure that there is a balance. And then I also understand that there are certain things in place that may hinder one candidate from another. It doesn't have to be that we know any of the candidates, just wanting to ensure that the process is fair. And so I think that's where the questioning comes in. But I think that me asking for the clarity is so that we understand as a governing body where to draw that line and how to move forward and govern, so that we're not further eroding any trust, and that we're finding a way to communicate better and making sure that, as stated earlier, we receive the information in a way that's understandable and digestible for us to make a confident vote for the recommendation.
And I think it's more important than ever today, because there's so much information available to everyone, or that's being provided to you in a variety of forums. You may Google a candidate, someone may send you information, someone may screenshot you something like, here's the resume I saw for the person, and this is what it says. It doesn't, it could be doctored, it could be changed to eliminate an educational degree. But you're being told the person has, that
happens a
yeah,
lot.
Yeah, and so you really need to see what the district might have to say, okay, well, I don't know where that came from, I don't know who's putting that out there, but this is the information we have, it's verified, and it follows with the recommendation. So there's a balance between the administering and jumping into the decision as a board and trying to push potentially a candidate or not someone. That's the superintendent's role. The statute's very clear. Madeline just put it up. You have to follow the recommendations as much as possible. What does that mean? That means if the superintendent's making a recommendation and it's reasonable and all the information that you have supports it, you shouldn't vote it down just for arbitrary reasons. But if you have questions, legitimate questions, someone brought something up to you, you saw someone, or you saw a post, and now it raises a question, it's appropriate to bring that up and say, hey, I saw something that says, this person doesn't have the qualification, or they had a problem in another district. What's going on? That question's appropriate, should be brought up and addressed, obviously in closed session or whatever form, but those things need to be, dealt with. And more now than ever than I've seen, you're getting more of that, because it's so much information that folks can share. So I think it's a good point that you brought up.
And my second question was, as far as the framework for non-renewal and terminations, is it overreach when a board requests the chain of events that brought us to this point? So we're tasked with making these hard decisions, and when a recommendation for non-renewal or termination is brought to us, we want to ensure before supporting the recommendation that everything that should have happened, and that this person is deserving of that action. So I want the board to have clarity on what's considered overreach versus proper oversight to make sure that we're well informed to make these decisions. I know there are practices and protocols in place that the superintendent has put in place with HR to ensure that these things are done, or with his cabinet to ensure that from evaluations to write-ups to reprimands, but we want to ensure that corrective actions and proper supports and all of that stuff is in place prior to the recommendation being brought to us, so that we can almost unanimously and without a shadow of a doubt say, okay, great, we support this. God bless you. So it doesn't necessarily have too much to do with lack of trust or not. I think it's more so us holding the livelihoods of people in our hands, and we could get something that says without a shadow of a doubt, yes, this person has to go, and we can be like, great, but then what if it's not so simple? So I want to make sure that we're not overstepping in our role as board members, but that we're making sure that we are thorough enough in our questioning to make the right decision, because that's a big deal. And we're tasked with doing that every year for non-renewals. I wouldn't say so much for terminations, because we're not being recommended to terminate people every month. But for non-renewals, every year we have to make those decisions based off of what's presented to the superintendent and then what he recommends to us. And so I want us as a board to move forward with the right practices in place so that when we get there, we are comfortable with that.
So,
Excuse me, before you answer,
okay.
add on, for the non-renewals, request the evaluation. You need to see, a person is really dismissed usually 4 years before the date. So I'd like to see the evaluations per year. First year, second year, third year, and then it's the regular contract. I don't think that is unreasonable to see the evaluations. And I haven't seen any corrective action plans. So could you speak on a corrective action plan when the person gets his first bad evaluation under Danielson?
Sure. So those are both great questions, and many districts struggle with it. I think when a district's operating in the best fashion, you're walking down the path together, the board and the superintendent, on the non-evals. And there are a couple issues that make it hard, and then I'll get to the specifics. One is the statutory timeframes. There's not a lot of time between the notice requirements on a non-renewal and when you as a board have to take action. But there's enough time that if the board is willing to commit to being present and meeting with the superintendent, you can go through all of these things well in advance, so you have plenty of time to deal with it. But we're talking about a month and a half. Like we know when those notifications are. The key is to have, in my opinion, multiple meetings around the non-renewals, but a commitment on both sides. One, the districts are prepared, the board's going to show up, and you're going to keep it all confidential. That's all critical. And when you're working well as a district, there's trust that that will happen. So why is that important? Because you're going to be going through a lot of information around your non-renewals if we're going to address the issues. You're going to be looking at the full evaluation history, right? You're going to be looking at whether there was a corrective action plan. And you're going to look at any special circumstances that might exist around a non-renewal that might undercut the evaluations, because this is not your district. It's notorious for all districts and public entities. Evaluations are not always reflective of the actual performance, because it's difficult for people to properly evaluate someone and say that there's negative performance. It's just it's a fact. So when you get an evaluation, most districts, everybody's within the effective range. I mean, 85% or more. And we just know that that's not accurate data, but when someone's evaluating someone, it's hard to give a negative evaluation on all employment standpoints. So while we look at those evaluations on the non-renewal and say, oh, they've got 3 effectives, they've been doing great, and now all of a sudden you want to non-renew, that's where I put the onus on the district and the superintendent to say, well, what's the compelling reason why we're non-renewing? You need that information. You need to get it in a fashion that it's explained. You need to have time to understand it and see whatever the backup information is. The reason why, though, I always strongly recommend to support the non-renewals, if there's a reasonable basis, even if we have some issues with the evals and different things, is because that's your opportunity to get out from an employee who has problems, bless you, before the tenure lock-in happens. And, you know, in my experience, and I hate to say it, but employees who perform poorly repeatedly early on continue to be that way throughout their career, and it becomes very difficult to exit them. So I'm not saying you have to support everyone. If you have a reasonable basis, ask your questions, but it is a real opportunity that you shouldn't take lightly and say, okay, we're going to bring someone back because that's a critical juncture. So I have no issue with you seeing the evals, seeing a corrective action plan, having that information, because that all goes into whether you're going to agree or overturn the non-renewal. And in some districts, I've seen a presentation done that for each candidate, this information is put up. Here's everything. It's done well in advance, so you can take the time to then make the determination. But certainly, there's some things you can do to improve that.
Corrective action, you didn't speak about that.
So,
Speak into the mic, Ms. Hill.
Should every, whatever personnel it is, shouldn't that person have a corrective action if that evaluation is below a 2.3 or 2 or whatever? Should that person have corrective action? You just keep evaluating, keep giving them.
generally, my advice would always be to provide a corrective action plan. If someone has a negative evaluation, you want to give them an opportunity to succeed, sink or swim, as we say, and they should be provided with specific goals. We do that we only recommend that for our clients. We try to put that in place in my own office, and for all of my clients who make recommendations. The key on that is now I've given you a cap. We've given you the evaluation, we've given you every opportunity to succeed, and now we're at the second, third, or fourth stage of this, and you're still having trouble with whatever the issue is, coming in on time, attendance, performing the work. And now it makes it easier, and why I agree you should do this, for the board to say, well, we support it. Because as board members, you want to be in a position to say, we've done everything we can to give these employees the opportunity to succeed. And now we're at a stage where we just, this is it. Because then it gives you more credibility with your constituents and with the overall employment base here in Plainfield.
Now, what should we go ahead.
What about a person who, first year, second, third, fourth, then we get the person the fourth year, 4 years in a day, the person gets tenure. Those are the people I'm really kind of, what's going on? You kept this person here 4 years. Speak on that.
Well, I mean, that happens where, there may have been missed opportunities to non-renew. I don't know if the performance issue came up in the last year, Yeah, say it again.
Well, it's not always an evaluation that's the basis for a non-renewal, right? There are other circumstances that can occur throughout the year, whether it's excessive absences that happen later, a personal disagreement or something that rises to the significance of, this person is a liability, we can no longer have them in the district, and of course it's well documented, right? But I would say, of course, as it's going through, you want to be able to have those evaluations early on and yearly to be able to track it. And you do want to have that cap, because you don't want anyone to come back and say, well, I didn't have notice. I didn't know that I wasn't doing well. But I also think that's, again, when you have to trust your administration for when there are circumstances that are intervening and say, oh, that is a reason to move forward with non-renewal. Even if they weren't an issue, a problem employee before, they are later on. And if you have them at that last moment, well, we're concerned for various reasons for them to stay within the district. Oh yeah, and tenure cases are horrible, as I'm sure you know. We just were successful at the appellate division, but it took 5 years and this employee did not show up to their hearing. They were absent for 3 years, and just because of the process and opportunities afforded employees, they can go on for, again, 5 years, and the cost to the district and the pressure on everyone. So if you do have a chance if you see the signs early on, but you want to take that opportunity, but as you're saying, to be fair to the board and to the employee, you want that notice to be tracked as early on as possible so they have the chance to improve.
I was going to say, it's kind of twofold, because I hear what Ms. Hembry is saying about the evaluations, but what I wanted to add to that is we also learned that the evaluations were actually meant to be more supportive. They just turned into evaluations, which we get. That happens. And what can we, though, as a board, expect aside from evaluations to support non-renewal? And I'm not advocating for or against them. I understand the process of non-renewals, and for the most part, we support it because we understand. It's brought to us with the documentation and clarification. But I want to make sure that as a board, we understand collectively what other documents, whether that's a written reprimand or some other form of documentation, that can be done from the superintendent and his administration that can reassure the board, listen, we have this paper trail, for lack of better words, of documented instances where they might be, for, overall, a good teacher. However, they're a good teacher as far as instruction is concerned, but these are other characteristics of this teacher that may not be suitable for this teacher to be in the classroom, or they might not be suitable for this district. We've had that happen before because it's been a consistent practice where the evaluations are what they are. For the most part, they're all good. Like you said, it's hard to give somebody a bad evaluation, and I know that the district is working towards the accountability aspect of that, making sure that the evaluations are done in a way that truly reflect your instruction in the classroom. But I want to make sure that because we want to avoid, and this is a factual statement of how I believe it to be, because we want to avoid putting teachers in a position of getting tenure if they are not suitable for our district. They can go to another district and get tenure, great. I would hope that they would, have more professional development and be better for students, but we don't want to get stuck with a teacher here who we already know is not suitable for our learning environment and what we're trying to produce here in Plainfield Public Schools. So if we can avoid that by non-renewing them, then great, but what else should we look for in addition to the evaluation? Because like you said, the evaluation doesn't tell us everything. So what else can we look for to validate why we're supporting this recommendation so that we feel more comfortable saying, okay, great, now renew this person? Because if they ask to come before the public, which happens sometimes, or if they ask to come before the board, now they're pleading their case, and we have to see the tears, and we have to hear the hardship stories, and we have to hear all of that. And sometimes that pulls on the heartstrings of commissioners, but we have to make the hard decisions. So despite our heartstrings being pulled on and us, being compassionate and understanding what they may be going through, the reality is that we have to think about the students first. But if we have that supporting documentation that shows us that this is what has been happening over the course of every year that they're getting a great evaluation, that would help. What do we look for in that?
No, and I think you bring up a great point. So it depends on the circumstance of the non-renewal. So if it's a non-renewal based on performance, right, just simple performance for a new teacher, what I've seen is in the first year, we'll usually let the teacher come back because the first year they're learning. They may not have performed well, but they come back. By the time you get to the second or third year and the performance is still low, you're really going to rely on the evaluation, and you're going to rely on the recommendation from the principal. And so what we've seen in non-renewals is that principal comes in, and they're going to tell their story on why they're supporting this non-renewal. That's the person for that teacher context. If we're dealing with an employee and it's on attendance, well, you're going to need to see the evaluation, but also the attendance records and the issues as to why. That's what might go to it. If it's an insubordination issue or someone that's just not getting along with everyone, someone that's potentially doing things that's harmful to the district, like making statements that could lead to lawsuits or being discriminatory in that context, well, that's where you're going to need to have the individuals that are making the complaints that's receiving them. Maybe it's the principal or an ASUP that is speaking that narrative, providing the evidence. Here's the emails. Here's everything that we've seen. Here's what documents that this person's going around saying things that are inappropriate that could lead to liability in the district. We need to get them out. We need to non-renew them now. They're all different depending on the circumstance. The key to it is trusting the professionals that you have approved as a board in these positions that are making these recommendations. Now, trust is a hard thing because trust is easy to lose and hard to gain. And so once you have an issue with trust, how do you build it back? That's what I started with. We need to have regular meetings early. You need this information presented into you that you don't feel like I only have 24 or 2 hours to decide this. I need more time, right? It needs to line up with everything else you're seeing. You tell me there's a corrective action plan, there better be one in there. You tell me the evaluations are bad, they better be there. Once all that starts lining up, now it's easier to make the decision. But it really depends on the circumstance, and I know exactly the case that you're talking about. Things can go wrong when there's a non-renewal request because it's very difficult for a board to hear someone come up, they tell their tale of woe, they're very upset and crying, but on the other side, the administration's like, you don't know the person that we're dealing with. They're not coming to work, they're doing these other things, but today they're performing in this way. You have to trust in your administration that what they're bringing to you is valid and it's bona fide. But if you're having an issue with that, why are you having an issue with the trust? What is it, and how do you fix that? Because you're not going to be there on the day-to-day to see that, right? That's forming that non-renewal basis. And if there's no basis and it's unreasonable and there's nothing to support it, then you are within your right to overturn it. But I think it depends on what the situation is. And I'm going to go back to maybe there's multiple meetings, you need data, you need documents. If you want to see the personnel file, if you want to see the email communications, you should get them. A letter of reprimand, just last thing on that, that's really only going to be on specific issues. For example, on an insubordination issue, on something specific where I'd recommend that. But on an attendance issue, I just recommend document it. You know, Ramon, you've been out, 12 times this year. It's only, December. You're putting you on notice. Here's what's going to potentially happen. If you see that, it's easier to justify the non-renewal.
You know what baffles me? Even when I was in class, teachers always came up for non-renewals, never administrators. So we always pick the perfect administrators in this district and all the districts throughout. But you always can find a teacher who, for some reason, can't do the job, in your opinion. But the administrators, who were not, some of them were terrible teachers, so I'm not gonna go through that, but they never come up for non-renewal. So I guess we get perfect administrators and just get the crop of teachers. I'm just saying.
I mean, there's a different pool. I can't speak to that directly, but I will say, if you're non-renewing an administrator that's either come out of your teaching base or you brought it from someplace else, it's a rare occurrence because they should, at that point in their career as administrators, not be making the same mistakes you see as new teachers, right? So that's why you see more of that. Whenever we have a non-renewal of an administrator, my antenna goes up because it's a unique thing that you brought this person in to put him in a high-level position as a principal, et cetera, but now all of a sudden you're non-renewing.
Mr. Hassan has.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on that. We did have administrators who were non-renewed this year. The difference between those administrators was that they did not exercise or make a request to have a Donaldson hearing. Those individuals just chose to either submit their letter of resignation or just flat out accept the fact that they were being non-renewed here in the district. So they chose not to come before the board. That's why you all didn't see them. And I think for the most part, as you indicated with administrators, I think it's a little different. And for most professionals at that point, it's been a rare occasion, I think, when we've had folks who've actually said, I want to try and come before the board. Some of them actually say, you know what, instead, I know the district has helped me, supported me. I'd rather submit my letter of resignation. I also wanted to just add, I wanted to get some clarity. If I'm reflecting on the process for this past year, one step that did take place was that prior to me providing a list of candidates for non-renewal, all of the supporting information and the rationale was submitted to your team and vetted by your team before it came to the board.
Absolutely.
And that's a step that I want to make sure stays in place. So I think that's very helpful. But I'm also hearing from the board that there are some other points of documentation that want to be included. So we will take that back and send some information so that we can meet what those requirements are. And the last point I want to make is that I think it's also important to not underestimate or downplay what could be considered a non-formal or an informal communication to an employee about a particular behavior that needs to be changed. So under prior legal counsel here in the district, and we've even had them come in and train our administrators, it was stated explicitly over multiple years that if there was a behavior that needed to be corrected, sending that employee an email, if you will, right, identifying what that issue is and stating what your expectations were would serve that purpose if additional supporting documentation needed to be presented. So I want to just get some clarity on that and what your thoughts are, because obviously new counsel for labor in the organization.
So an email versus a cap?
versus a cap.
Right, so look, it depends on the circumstance. If the cap is required or recommended statutorily or based on the law, absolutely. I always recommend a more formal communication, and more information, as Madeleine mentioned, like you want to ensure that, if we are sending you an email, that's one way to do it, but it could be an email, but it just has to be clear, like here are the goals, here are the deadlines. And what goes into a cap, if it's a real issue, we'll set all that out so that now, later, the board can see, oh, well, this was reasonable. This said by October this year you need to do this, and this. And it'll lead to, more credibility in the process, and hopefully the employee will perform well. But on the other hand, depending on if it's a minor issue, an email may suffice to build up to something more formal, So I think they go hand in hand, and we can explore that further in terms of the prior advice, because I don't want to just sit here and say, you should do either one. It really depends on the circumstance.
And Mrs. Shabazz, she did come into our admin retreat this summer, and she provided a PD to all administrators on this. We met after those Donaldson hearings took place, obviously taking in the feedback from the board. There's one more point that I wanted to make about the corrective action. So the caps are required if an employee is rated ineffective, but that is for your summative, like at the end of the year. When we come before the board to make a recommendation for a non-renewal on May 15th, there's still information that we will be waiting for from the Department of Education to literally finalize and complete that employee's evaluation, which would have in fact triggered a corrective action plan that will be put in place for the upcoming school year. As an example, you can't close out the evaluation, fully close out the evaluation cycle for a teacher without having the SGO data. Like the SGO data doesn't come into the school district until September. So when we submit that list of non-renewals, if someone is non-tenured, literally at that point in the year, they're still kind of in that, I'm closing out my school year, but I'm still missing data to really close out my evaluation process or cycle completely. So we wouldn't necessarily have a cap there, but if they were rated ineffective the prior year, it would have in fact triggered a corrective action plan, and we'll make sure that we provide those.
Because the SGO would be reflected in the summative.
In the summative, yep.
But we know before, when you mentioned email, this person has had a conference first, the administrator, right? And then email, that makes sense.
Okay. Do we have any more questions from commissioners?
I don't have a question. Oh, that's loud. More of a comment. And it's more just like a reframe of how negative this conversation is kind of going about just about non-renewals. We have far more teachers that are doing a great job, and I do think that also needs to be a part of the reflective practice, not just highlighting how we're going to get the, I don't want to say got yous, but it seems like this conversation, how are we going to get all the got yous so we get all the bad people out? But if we're going to create a robust system, let's also include how we're going to give those kudos and congratulations to those who are doing good to keep our staff morale high.
Thank you. No, I agree with that. And I think that they go overlooked because we focus on trying to make sure the right practices are in place to not have to get rid of people if we don't have to. And then we kind of not focus on the ones who are actually in the district doing a great job. So I appreciate that. We definitely should make sure that they are highlighted and that they know that they are appreciated, because they're not being presented to us for non-renewal and they must be doing something right. So thank you. That's absolutely, we definitely need to put something in place for them.
And evaluations, I suggest.
So just the final piece, and I was thinking about this based on what you said, it was just said, is maybe to consider a committee, I don't know if you meet monthly, but certainly quarterly or bi-monthly, of board members with the superintendent and council to go through individuals that might need more support and what we can do to ensure that they have positive outcomes, because you want to give them that support, and also the ones that are doing well, so you can celebrate them at the meeting, and then that committee reports to the board every month, and now you guys know what's going on before you get to the end of the year. I don't think you have committees, correct?
For HR and personnel, it's a committee of a whole,
Okay,
so it's not
do it at
necessarily
the meetings.
structured as like a smaller committee of 3 or 4 board members that are meeting with the superintendent.
yeah, it's just,
The board leadership gets updates when we meet with him weekly, but again, that's the meeting that he has with board leadership. And then as a board, the only time we meet to discuss HR, aside from individual commissioners reaching out to Mr. Hassan, is during executive session.
got it, okay.
So, and I do want to highlight too, Mr. Hassan and the administration did start to highlight employees throughout the year who are doing a great job. It wasn't like one employee at a time, it was like groups of employees at a time. So we just need to really get back to that too, to highlight them and make sure that they know that the board is supportive of that as well. So I try to make sure every meeting we highlight, it's largely centered around the students, as it should be, but to make sure that the teachers and the other staff, all staff, know that we support them and that we appreciate the work that they do.
So 2 quick things we do. We do host our annual red carpet event for the district. We honor teachers and support staff at that event. It's a kind of gala style. They get to come and bring their families. They get recognized when Madam President has attended last school year. And this year we are rolling out our Cardinal Excellence Award. And that's a collaborative project between my administration and our 2 labor unions. We established a criteria that will be used basically in an evaluative style. There's certain criteria that has to be met. You get a cutoff in the threshold. Those who actually make that target, they get an award. We've created digital badges, et cetera, that will go along the lines with their signature lines for the district. And we'll also have a culminating event to celebrate those employees. And we do also monthly employee recognition. You'll see them on the marquees in front of each of the schools. County Teacher of the Year, we have that recognition from the school district as well. So there are a lot of things that we do have in place to build the morale of our employees. And on the Danielson framework, you made a great point about the evaluation tool. That is one thing the trainer or facilitator, Dr. Cheryl Swift, made sure she continuously reiterated to us as an administration. By shifting to the updated Danielson framework, we're really looking at this as an opportunity to push the reset button to reframe how we look at our evaluation process in the organization. That's really a tool to help us spur growth of our employees in the organization. And that's supposed to be a supportive process, not a punitive process. So I think it would be important if we keep each other honest on that, because if we're having a negative conversation here for the employees that are home listening, right, what are they going to think now coming in when we start to have conversations about evaluation cycles and what that's supposed to do for them? So thank you for.
And let me point out, because I don't really think it's negative. I think it's in line with what we've experienced as a board and us trying to fine tune our governance practices so that moving forward, we aren't just taking it at face value. It's not just, this is actually in support of the staff members who may have been non-renewed, because it's like we want to make sure that the due diligence is done and that you get a fair chance before we just make a decision on supporting a non-renewal for you. Everything that's presented to us could and should be valid, and all the supporting documentation, everything should be there. We want to just ensure that that's happening because, again, as I stated earlier, where the decisions on their livelihoods are in our hands at that moment, and not everybody that's non-renewed has another job lined up, especially if they're coming to the board to plead their case. That means that they would really like to keep their job here. Some of them, like you said, just accept it and they move on to the next thing. But sometimes that's not the case. And this year, which is specifically why I think that this conversation was necessary, is because we've had a significant number of staff, more than before, come before the board. When that doesn't always happen, it hasn't happened since I've been on the board. So that's why it's important, because it's like, why are they coming to the board to plead their case? What do they believe is not being done on the back end to support the decision that's being made to non-renew them? It came from their immediate report to Mr. Hassan, to us. And so they must believe at some part of the process that something is not being done fairly. or that they're being mistreated or something. So that's why they feel like, let's plead our case to the board. And so it's our responsibility to ensure that that process is fair. Doesn't happen so often for employees that are doing a great job because they're doing a great job. So there's nothing being presented to the board in that aspect. Should we support them and show them that we appreciate them? Absolutely. So that is absolutely something that we're going to continue to do and enhance moving forward. So like I said, I don't believe it's negative. I just believe that it's a conversation that we have to have, especially in a presentation from our legal counsel, because you're the representatives and the attorneys with the expertise to tell us this is legally how you should do this. This is what you should be asking for as a board. This is what you should expect from the one person that you can hold accountable so that he can go hold his administration accountable. And you guys have to work together, but also there needs to be a level of trust so that when that is presented to you and recommended, you can feel comfortable with just saying, okay, we get it because you have everything you need. I just wanted to share that because I've heard negative too many times, and that we're not doing anything negative in this retreat.
But the other thing is that, I don't know what happens today in the 21st century, but years ago, I was in the social studies department. We did everything together. If a new teacher came in and that new teacher was struggling, we all would go into the classroom in our prep period and sit and observe and give feedback. We wanted to make the teacher better. I don't know if that happens today, but because of what we did, the teacher never got a bad evaluation because we initially helped the teacher before it became worse. And discipline was probably the biggest thing because teachers know that content, but engaging students, et cetera. I don't know if that
Well, I trust that it is happening as much as possible, but leave it to the superintendent to answer. And just the final piece I want to leave you with is for both positive or negative consequences for your employees. So promotions or non-renewals, or either side of those is going to require that you as a board trust the recommendations of your superintendent. And I think the point of today was to figure out what other information you need in order to ensure that you're trusting those recommendations, because when you don't follow that advice and you say, okay, we're not going to support it, it has impacts either way, whether someone's going to be promoted, hired, or non-renewed, and it could impact the district in a variety of ways, which could enhance liability later in the legal sense. So I always recommend the boards to support those recommendations. But that means it has to be based upon you being comfortable and trusting them, having the information you need. And I'm hopeful that we can take away from today to build in some of that for next year going forward and this year so that you do make those decisions. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we are is everybody hungry or something? Can this be like a working lunch?
We can, I just can't wait to say.
Y'all just ate breakfast? No, stop.
I just came out of the room, and yeah, it smells like
Okay, let's take a quick break. Let's cut the lunch in half.
Till 15-minute lunch?
Yes, I'll now entertain a motion to break for lunch. 15 minutes? 20 minutes?
I'd like to make a motion to break for lunch for
20 minutes?
the allotted 30 minutes,
yes.
which will allow us to nourish ourselves and then come
Okay.
back
Second, do we have a second?
at the scheduled time of 12:30.
30, yep, 12:30.
36.
It's 12:30. Do we have a second?
Then I'll make a motion to break for lunch for 24 minutes.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Dr. Harris that the board now break for lunch for the allotted 24 minutes to remain on schedule. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? Yes. There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
All right.
Recording stopped.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Dr. Harris that the board now resume public session for the purposes of convening business. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question?
Recording in progress.
There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
All right. And now we'll have our general counsel. Khalifa Shabazz Esquire, you have the floor.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So I did make some major tweaks to the presentation based on, things that were covered last night, and really based on what I experience as general counsel servicing boards. And oftentimes, we're asked questions that really deal with identifying the roles that each person plays. Those are usually the issues that I find stand in the way of the collaboration and the teamwork that everyone here has talked about. One impediment is everyone understanding the roles. What is the role of the president? What is the role of the superintendent? What is the role of the board? Those questions come about regularly in different forms or fashion. So I actually took kind of the top 2 or 3 issues and thought that this was a good time to deal with the questions that I'm usually asked when emotions are running high, when you're upset about what may have occurred, and you want to know, what can I do? Is this right? Is this wrong? On both fronts, whether it's board members with each other, superintendent with the board with superintendent. There is nothing uncommon about the dynamics of this relationship that sometimes has its challenges. I mean, you hear about Fortune 500 companies, the board and their CEOs sometimes have issues. That happens. Right now, there are cases where boards of education have put their superintendents on administrative leave. There are lawsuits. This is common. I share that to say, so even when you're having some bumps in the road, don't allow it to become bigger than what it is. Make efforts to try to repair it. And so my hope is in this sort of short presentation, we can just tackle some of these questions that always are, at the basis of where some of these breakdowns happen. So, let's see. So the title is Governance with Clarity, Ethics, Roles, and Responsibilities. All right, so the first thing that often comes up is, what is the role of the board attorney? Oftentimes the question comes up, who does the board attorney serve? Does the board attorney serve the board specifically? Does the board attorney serve the superintendent and the administration? And so I think it's important also, because this is a public meeting, that the public knows this. So while some of these things I know you've heard, again, I often hear in my 15 years of doing this and all of my clients, these questions, some form or fashion. So in New Jersey, the board attorney advises the board on law and compliance. We protect the board from liability. We help guide with personnel and contract actions. And we support ethics and proper governance. But the board attorney is never able to act as a decision maker, and the authority always rests with the board. And so I want to reiterate that, because oftentimes I think boards feel somewhat powerless. And I want to remind you that you have significant power. Yes, the attorney's role, my role, Ramon's role is to help guide your thoughts and to help you to understand the legal and ethical way to accomplish your goals. But your goals and your thoughts and your agendas belong to you. And too many times I watch boards almost relinquish their authority to their board attorney and say, well, you tell me what to do. Yeah. You tell me, and it's not if this is legal or not, it's you handle the situation. And the reality is each and every one of you was elected to make those decisions in consultation and collaboration with the superintendent. Some limitations for the board attorney, and again, I believe that you should know this. because I've also witnessed there are board attorneys who very much enjoy being given that authority. So these are things that you too should know for yourself about what is the limits. Obviously, the board attorney doesn't have a vote. And board attorneys should not have any bearing on what your vote is unless it is based on a legal or ethical reason. As a board attorney, it is not my position to have any say about what I think is best for the residents of Plainfield or their students. I have no say in that. I can disagree with everything that you do, but as long as you do it ethically and legally, that is your role, that is your job. And the reverse may happen. There may be occasions where you can get a sense of maybe what I think would be best. You are not bound by that. You have to always be specific with your questioning of any attorney. Is this legal and is this ethical? That is the questions that you want to ask. What decisions you come up with within that realm belong exclusively to you. So do not relinquish that authority. Obviously, we don't make any policy decisions. We only assist you in policy making. Yes, we do research. Yes, we advise you on updated policies, but it's not the board's attorney's responsibility to decide which policies are best. That is 100% the responsibility of the board. And when I talk about policy making, it is 100% the board's prerogative on policies. That is the way that you give the superintendent direction on what the goals that you want accomplished. So if there's an area of strength that you have that belong exclusively to you, it is the policy making.
Next question?
Yes.
And in that, there are times where the recommendations will come from the administration due to state statutes, national statutes, or even, just things that may, at their superintendent's prerogative, may be introduced to help the district move forward or to go with what he recommends. In that case, I think it's important that we do ask questions that will give us the information that we need from their professional perspective to then communicate with the rest of the board, for example, in the committee structure. But in cases where there's something that is outside, I won't say outside the administration, but is a board norm, around meetings, the location of the meetings, things like that. Do we have more, say so in that? Like, as a board, if we want to have the meetings only at Booker, in this space, or
Understood.
Down to the center, or is that day to day? How does that go?
Well, the meetings belong to the board. These are the board's meetings. So you are in charge of these meetings, and technically you are inviting the professionals to give you reports on the information, because obviously you're not allowed to be in the day-to-day, as you've been consistently hearing. So only those professionals can provide you with the information, but these are your meetings. Okay? And you brought up another good point, because sometimes I think what happens is the way things play out practically starts to confuse what the law is. So you used an example about the administration will bring forth a policy. And I know practically that is how it often occurs, because they have people who are, dedicated and compensated to be up to date on policies. So they will bring something to your attention and say, hey, this came out, we know about it, maybe before you know about it, and we think that we should add this. That is how it plays out practically. But once it's given over to you, it is your policy for you to look at and determine if it fits and it's aligned with what the goals are for the district. Now, some of these policies, like you get from Strauss-Esme, those are all best practices. That's another practical thing that's often done, is that we treat Strauss-Esme, the place that gives you the policies, as if, that's law, as if their word is, the all-being. And the reality is they are just best practices. Do I recommend that you follow them? Yes. But you have authority to make modifications that fit best for the people you serve. And again, that is an area where I think a lot of boards don't put as much energy and effort into, but it's probably the most impactful. And you'll also see how when you put more energy into establishing the policies, that has no alternative but to translate into the way the administration thereby administers the day-to-day with the policy. I like this, I like the analogy that I read. When it comes to policy and the way this balancing act works, it's like navigation system. You, as the board, you put in, here is the address of where I'd like us to end up. But it is up to the administration to do the turn by turn. And your authority comes from, do I like the way my navigation system operates, right? Some people prefer Waze, some people prefer Apple. That's what you are holding your superintendent accountable to. Is he getting you to your destination? How did the ride go along the way? Because all rides are gonna have some bumps because it's 9 people that he has to serve. But for the most part, how did the ride go along the way? Did we get there safely? And did the good outweigh the bad of our drive? It really is that simple when you think about how do I manage this? How do I address issues with with the one employee that you have? But the first way you do that is you gotta set your direction.
But do you get to pick whether it's a plane, train, or car ride?
Do you? Arguably, you get to pick a timeline.
You get to say, I would like to get there at this time.
You are, board, I believe that this should be done collaboratively. Now, I want to be clear because.
Well, no, yeah, not tell,
But I want to make sure I answer your question because you can do things, I want to say what the law is and then what I recommend if you want to have more smooth sailing, right? The law allows you to say, superintendent, here are our 3 goals. Goal number 1, we'd like to see certain X amount of progress in 6 months. Goal number 2, we want to see by the end of the year. Goal number 3, we'd like to see before your contract expires. And I think those are things that are, to me, that is the one area where I am going to often blame the governing bodies, is sometimes we spend too much time coming up with these really great sounding goals that have a ring to it, when the reality is these goals should be very simple. Our goal is to see academic improvement by 2% within 3 years. The end.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, speaking on your point when you and Madam President said this is our meeting, so I just legally, when we have public comment and individuals from the public come up very boldly and vulnerably and ask a question, with it being our meeting, is it our responsibility to respond to them in real time? Or,
No.
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Or is it the administration? Like, how does that work? Because I feel like sometimes we looking at him, he looking at us, and it's kind of like, okay, well, we'll just email the person, and like a whole group of public still doesn't know the answer.
Right.
So
That, again, very common. I really want you to understand, these are common issues.
that's why I'm asking.
One, the best way is to establish what your protocol is going to be. If you turn on one governing body's meeting, people are arguing back and forth with people at public comment.
And that's why we refrain from that.
And that is not illegal.
Okay.
I don't know it's the best way to run business, but people choose to do it. The general accepted practice is exactly what it's called, public comment. For them to say things for you to hear, consider prior to your deliberation. That is the purpose of it.
So by law, that's it.
It is not,
Okay.
by law, a dialogue back and forth.
Okay, I just wanted that to be heard.
Now, boards can make decisions about how they deal with it because you're serving people and you're servicing taxpayers who've put their hard-earned money into this. So of course, we want to provide them with customer service. So oftentimes, boards with the administration will collaborate on how do we address those things? Do we send emails at the end? Do we ask people to wait and have someone that will go and answer their question? But I think that is something, number one, you have to establish. Another big mistake is a lot of times too much willy-nilly, too loose, especially, I actually find this happens with boards and superintendents who get along. That is usually the beginning of how things go left. Yes, we want a great relationship. I'm assuming most people here work, have employment, other places. It's great when you get along with your boss. It's great when your boss gets along with you. But it doesn't change that your job is your job. And so the accountability factor should be the same on the good days, the in-between days, the bad days, because we're all human and we're gonna have those. So establish, what does this board want as it relates to how it deals with its community members when they ask questions?
So a follow-up to that. So I know before anyone goes up to speak, our secretary has to give a spill of, you know, I think it's like the Sunshine Act, right? Of like where
To
people.
let
Right.
them know what the policy states.
He
So
reads
is
the
there a
statement.
way, like, if our bylaws state all responses will be, all public comments will be addressed via email in 48 hours, is that something that can be added if we made that a bylaw, or is what you read legally the only thing that you can say before public comment?
I think it's important.
Well,
Does that make sense?
I'd say this, you don't have to necessarily change the bylaw about the responding. A lot of people don't, but you can. But I do think that's stuff you have to do in my opinion, if you want to have a successful marriage of both parties. You have to remember that if you're passing it to the administration, as in you need to respond, you have to be open to that's something new that's on their plate, and that has to be factored in. So that's why, as much as you can do things as the policymakers, if you don't do it in consult with your administration, it could just all blow up, because you do need to hear from them. How can this work? Even in establishing goals for the superintendent, which I do think we should have other trainings about, I am a big proponent of that should be done collectively with the superintendent to allow for, if I know what my goal is, right, that's the goal. But now let's discuss the timelines. You provide me some insight on the way you think you want to accomplish this goal. And then when you tell me, I'll say, okay, I agree with that. And maybe I insert that now into the bylaw, because we are now into the standards, because now we have all worked on this together. We have all agreed to it together collectively. We were reasonable because we don't administer the day-to-day, so I don't necessarily know how long something takes. So I've taken that into consideration. But I think ultimately the board has to get back to remembering your strength is in establishing the policy. You are the manual. Again, I know in real life, I hear it all the time. Boards often, and the community doesn't always help, they feel like, oh, you rubber stamp. They don't understand the committee structure, right? That you're having committee conversations. They don't understand the meetings. And sometimes the committee structure has allowed conversations to occur that, you know, you're here. And then other important stuff is an executive session. So you get why, I understand why the community may feel that way, but at the end of the day, you know what your responsibility is, and that is to make sure that you give the direction of this district. And quite candidly, that's a very powerful, powerful role. And then you have to be unapologetic, because you owe it to the people who got up, rain, sleet, or snow, and pressed the button for you, to hold the person you hired accountable to making sure those things are done.
I think that happened like yesterday.
Please, can I say that? So you mentioned something where, you know, setting the goals with the superintendent, the partnership, right? And this is not specific to this. But what I find is, you know, that's a good practice at times to set the goals with the person who has to achieve them. The challenge is that different mindsets breed different reactions. There will be some people with the school that thought that who sets goals with the person who has to achieve them? Like, you're the supervisor, you're the boss. And it's this, even the term the boss, right? If it's a partnership, our roles are we have one employee, but it's like, now it's, well, you're not really the boss. So it's all in semantics sometimes, right? And it's how you process that and building egos and things like that.
Right.
But that's a divider sometimes.
Understood.
For certain people, in my opinion. So
You
how
mean
do
between the
go-
board?
Between the board, yeah, because of perspectives, and it becomes, you're not competent enough to give this person a goal. It's just in how they process it, and I think that's a divider, because training has told us, the legal counsel has told us, that you should be working to collaborate on the goals. You want to be set up for success, but then the flip side is, and this is not pertaining to here. You may also have that person now that you're setting the goals with that you think is a partnership, and then it's, now it's, well, I have to do the goals. My boss can't even do their job,
Right.
right? So it's a crazy dynamic sometimes.
And I'll give, one of the things that when I train boards on is, I found because I've represented municipal entities, like just regular cities.
Yeah.
And I'm noticing with boards of education, the board members, sometimes the mistake is being overly academic. Like I have to be, I'm overthinking the goal. The reality is you will not be able to say a goal maybe the way the superintendent can say it because of his training and his experience. But that's not necessary. If your goal is these buildings look a mess, we need to fix them, that's a goal. That's a goal. These buildings are a hot mess. They need to be fixed. Everybody understands that goal, right? Now, can we write it differently? We need to focus on upgrades and facilities and capital improvements. Yeah, we could do that. But you don't have to know how to say it that way to just say, I want to see us fix these buildings.
I agree.
We need to find more space for these kids.
Yeah.
You need to communicate with us more.
Yeah.
We want to see, we have to get out of our heads, not overthink, say what you mean what you say, so that way there's never any confusion about what we're doing. And something to kind of move on to the next slide, you talked about the board dynamics, which is kind of where I'm going. And as the board attorney, reminding all of you that I represent the board as a whole, not an individual. And so I say that to say that even when you have your strife with one another, because that happens, I cannot provide legal guidance for you against the president.
Yeah, exactly.
Or questions that'll come, is this ethical? So-and-so's doing this, is this ethical? By law, if that question is asked of your attorney, like if you ask me that about your president, the only way that I can respond is with her included and saying, hey, this question has been raised as a potential ethical issue. Would you like if this is accurate, would you like a response? That is the way it works. So again, I like to let people know now, again, before emotions get high, because that's usually when we engage each other. I represent the district. If anything, I represent the people. My loyalty is to no one here other than the mission and vision of Plainfield Public Schools. That is what I have to call balls and strikes on. Are you doing things legally and ethically to move the mission and vision forward? It's irrelevant who I might be closer to, who I'm friends with, who it doesn't appear that I like. None of that matters. I represent the board as a whole and the district as an entity. That is who I'm loyal to. So if there's issues with the superintendent, same thing. It's easier if there's an issue, let's have the conversation. Let's discuss it. Let's discuss it with the people we need to have the discussion with. I will give you the law the way I understand it. One of the things for who I am, if it's black and white, like you can't run a red light, right? We all know that's black and white law. I tell you that. You can't do it, the end, here's the statute. But a lot of the questions that come up, and you'll see in some further slides, they aren't black and white. They give room for interpretation. And I'll also let you know that as well, that this is my interpretation of the law, all right? But that doesn't mean that you can't research something and ask questions and say, well, you know, I read something, reviewed something. I welcome that dialogue. It's your responsibility to have that dialogue with your attorney or anyone, okay? All right, next one. My other favorite question that comes up, and this is usually something that starts to happen when the board is having issues. Sorry if you can't see it. It is, well, what's the role of the board president, right? That is a normal question that comes up usually from a group of people, from everyone. Sometimes it's from board members, like, well, can the board president do that? Sometimes from the board president, you know, herself or himself. Like, wait, I don't know, am I allowed to do this? And sometimes it's, you know, from the superintendent. But this is a big question, and it's usually, again, one of the areas that if this isn't fully understood, it starts to erode the trust. So it is to facilitate meetings and agenda setting, to represent the board as its spokesperson, execute documents after board approval, assign the committees, and to be the liaison with the superintendent. So I kind of want to pause here because I know that this is plain language, but in real life, this often gets confused. When the board elects a board president, that means that the majority of the board has said that they believe this person is capable and trustworthy enough to be the board's spokesperson. That is what that vote means. You know, sometimes people are just raising their hand, yeah, nobody else wants to do it. No, no, no. Understand that when you're selecting your president, you are saying, this is the spokesperson, this is our quote-unquote point of contact to deal with the administration. Okay, so, and that's why there are rules in place that if a person is violating that, there's rules to change it. So that role is important, but it's equally as important that the board communicate with the president so that the president is able to be the spokesperson, and you equally can hold the president accountable for being the spokesperson appropriately, for making sure that when she is liaisoning with the BA, with the superintendent, she is pushing the agenda that the majority of you have agreed to. And to another point you made, Vice President Webb, and the hardest part about this is there are many occasions where you may not be in the majority. That's just what it is. Sometimes it's usually you're calling the lawyer, you're this, you're that. No. Sometimes the numbers just aren't on your side. You keep working, you keep trying to convince people, you keep doing your research, but at the end of the day, this is a healthier environment when the will of the board and the majority of the board uses its authorities. Okay. And then these are what outlines what the board president, the basis for what you all have, which is the board president is elected annually, the president presides over the meetings, and the board acts as a corporate body. The president has no extra voting power. And I'm gonna send this to you because I've kind of put it together this way because I want you to be able to look at this quickly. Like I almost tried to do this like you asked me a legal opinion, but in a quicker version instead of this long memo that you have to thumb through. So those are the legal codes that deal with the board president, but it's important to understand, and I'm sure you all do, but the board president has no extra voting power despite having some maybe extra access. Doesn't change anything about the authority. She or he is one of the 9. The majority is where your power is, not in just 1 or 2 people. And so I've kind of outlined what the responsibilities are, so we could not really go over, we don't need to go over that. And talked about the board president should speak publicly about board action, must distinguish personal opinion versus the board's position, because while the board president is responsible for articulating the opinion of the board, it doesn't mean that the board president may not agree. And so oftentimes I say that to you, President Wyatt, is to remind you that even when you don't agree and your vote is in a different direction, you are still obligated to report about what's happening, almost as if you do agree. This is what the board is looking to do. This is what the board has requested. This is whatever that may be. It is your obligation to communicate it in the same fashion as if you were 100% in support of it. And when you are not, you are also allowed and should discuss it from your vantage point. People have elected you president for that reason, to hear your perspective, but the community has elected you just to be on the board. It's irrelevant to them if you're the president or not. So you must still maintain your obligation as an individual board member. Okay. The question that always comes up, and it's usually like this: can the board president just take that off the agenda? Right, that's the way it's normally asked. Can we add that to the agenda at the last minute? Right, so who controls and who sets the agenda? So the agenda should be drafted collaboratively with the superintendent, the business administrator, and the board president. Those people should have a meeting that I call sort of your agenda setting meeting, so that it allows the board president to voice any board concerns as you put the agenda together. I think that that is the healthier way to get things done, and it allows the board president to give any advice from the board's perspective based on the majority of the board, and also allow the board president to report back on any matters based on her discussions. But it is in collaboration. So again, we hear practically all the time, like this is where I'm putting to bed, like the stuff we hear and act like it's law. This agenda belongs to the administration because it is all of their recommendations. But it is in collaboration with the board president, who is usually present or at least has discussions, and then obviously voted on by the board. Okay? Are there any questions about that? Yes.
When there is a added item after the board agenda has been set and appears on board docs the day of, are we obligated to vote on that, even consider that for action?
No,
Unless it is an emergency, something's gonna happen, the state mandated this
Right.
immediately. But otherwise, because oftentimes, we don't have the background information. Although the superintendent will give his background information, I'd just like to know more. If it's a personnel person, I'd like to, personnel matter, I'd like to know more.
Right. So I think there's two questions. So question number one deals with, are you obligated to vote on it? No, you are not obligated to vote on items that are placed on the agenda at the last minute. You are absolutely not obligated to do that. I think it's worth the discussion again, and I think if your board president is involved in the agenda setting, then hopefully that will not happen. But I actually encourage boards to hold the administration accountable to whatever your timeline is. But again, that has to be articulated. We want documents, we want this by X date, and we will not accept agenda items that are past that date unless good cause is shown. But that is something that you have to stick to and be consistent. Okay, so I'm getting short on time, so I put the references because I always wanted you to I wanted you to know where I got this from, because what I'm giving you is not just my brainchild, it is research, the same way you would want me to give it to you if you asked me and I wrote you a legal memo. All right, so I'm gonna kind of go through this because you talked about it. So what personnel records can we see related to personnel recommendations? Because that's the big one, and that's where a lot of the drama comes up. Because I get it, the board is being asked to vote on these personnel recommendations, and in fairness to the board, they're out there, they're in the community, they have to see the people, they have to deal with what's going on. So I understand why, the board definitely wants to feel empowered during this process. So this is what New Jersey School Board Association, this is their core theories. The board acts only after considering the superintendent's recommendation. They find that the selection and the administration, so basically who they want to recommend, belongs to the superintendent, and the board is only to appoint. They find that the role is for oversight, not management. So these read horribly, but I put them up here for a reason. I said, let me look up some legal application, because all you've been hearing is don't administer the day-to-day, don't get involved. But you're like, well, I don't really know what that means. There's kind of a reason. So one of the cases I saw was an SEC decision where individual board member, hang on, let me move this, can't see, asked if they could review all resume in the candidate pool before voting on the superintendent's recommended hire. The SEC said questions about a board member's entitlement to those documents are outside its jurisdiction. So I just want to make sure you understand. The SEC said, I don't know. I don't think I should answer. I don't know. That's where we are. But they caution that if access is otherwise permitted by law or policy, the member's role is limited to observation and assessment. Selection remains exclusively the superintendent's function. So when I read this, I read it that they're saying, well, we're not going to give you an answer, but we're going to let you know that we think your role is limited. So I feel like we should borrow from that, like, sounds a little limiting in what it is that they think we should receive. So that's one. Another one, the SEC does not support board members conducting interviews for positions below the superintendent, so other than the superintendent. Where a superintendent-approved personnel committee exists, only 1 or 2 board members may participate. Again, strictly to offer observation. They may not conduct interviews or become involved in the hiring, involved in the selection. Hiring recommendations are the superintendent's role. So again, this is a little more straightforward where they're saying they do not support board members conducting interviews and to some degree not being involved. I read this to say yet another little reminder, yes, maybe you can come, you can work with your superintendent, maybe you can observe, but I see this as another way that they're saying, but this belongs to the administration. Another one, board member may not conduct or even observe exit interviews to gather information about staffing. I know and this is to hear in other places about when we talk about exit interviews and trying to determine morale issues, that is something you can task the administration with and require them to report back a synopsis of what are people saying when they leave, but you are not allowed to establish your own or get involved in that process. So this is something that they're saying you cannot do. But I also want to point that out and compare it to, they say you cannot do this, but the other ones is in the gray area. So then I went on to the Donaldson hearing to see if they would get a little more specific on Donaldson hearings. And what they specifically, no SEC advisory directly on what records for a Donaldson hearing. So I want to tell you that now. There is no case law on exactly what you can receive. But the commissioner's precedent and the NJSBA guidance allow board members access to relevant personnel records of the employee who is the subject of the action, typically curated by the CSA and consistent with the informal nature of a Donaldson hearing. So I'll be quick with this in saying, generally that means you can request records that are relevant to why this person is being non-renewed. But it is important that they put curated by the CSA because they are leaving it to the CSA to make that determination on what things are relevant. Now, you can ask, you can decide this document based on some testimony became relevant and I'd like it. And I do recommend that the administration, when you're asking for non-renewals, you do have everything prepared. And we did a training last week for the administration to help them have things prepared when they come to you for personnel-related reasons. But I do want you to hear that you can have records. You can. But here are some of the missteps in any of these areas. They may result in ethics violation. I call this more info, more problems, right? The more information you have access to, the more opportunities you give yourself to get caught up in ethical issues. It's just a fact. You can get caught up just in overstepping into the administration. So for example, you read a record and there's something in the record that resonates with you. Like let's say you read something that says this person, I don't know, something about their religious belief that, believe it or not, triggers something in you. Like you think, Maybe that's why they behave this way, right? Because we're human, people have those preconceived notions. The reality is, if you feel that way and that plays any role in your vote, you have actually committed an ethical violation. So sometimes it's actually better not to be burdened with all of this potentially unnecessary information. Confidentiality breaches. I mean, the reality is once you see it, you're now on the hook for how, if it gets leaked. You are one of the people in the chain of how did this get leaked? You had a question?
Yes. So the moment a commissioner states a bias and prejudice against a vote, that's an ethics violation. So if somebody flat out says, I know that's your aunt, I'm not voting for her.
You have violated
You have
the rules.
Oh, wow.
You have violated, the board is not supposed to put any personal information
That's good to know.
in this, which I understand can get difficult when you live in the community and you know things about these people. I get it. They're asking some very tough, asking you guys to do some really tough things. But when you don't, or when it can be proven that you did not, you don't have much of a defense from the ethics standpoint. It's just how severe will your consequence be. So again, as much as I want to empower boards who feel like I need to see this, and we talked about this in our administrative training, I do put a lot of that onus on the administration, because in these meetings, oftentimes things aren't as laid out as they should be. So your obligation is to hold the administration to the standard that gives you comfort to vote. Sometimes it's not just about give me all the documents and let me review them. It is you write out in your statement of reasons, how many times were they written up? What were the dates they were written up? What was the topics that they were written up? How were they counseled? You can get the information you want without reading what the person wrote in the write-up. Right now, maybe, again, it says it depends if it becomes relevant. Let's say you get someone who comes in and they say, I've never gotten any write-ups. I've never gotten them. Then maybe it does become relevant, Superintendent, that the board says, well, we at least want to see that the person is being dishonest. Do you have the write-ups? Right, so, but with that, you start playing a very dangerous game. It's a riskier game of deciding what's relevant, not relevant, and the possible exposure. So I share that with you because I don't want you to think I'm not empowering you. You can look at whatever you want. It's my job to tell you, though, that as you look at more, your risks are higher, right? As long as we're not, as long as we're not violating like any FERPA laws, things of that nature. But yeah, you can. But as you saw in what I've read to you, it does appear to be discouraged. And I think if there's ever an issue, if the superintendent feels you overstepped, which he has an obligation to report ethics violations as well, you start running risks. So yes, you can do it, but I did want to point out, it looks like you may be left holding the bag if things don't go well based on the lack of clarity that the law has given you. And then I put the references for that. And then so I gave the guidance that the New Jersey School Board Association gives on what you should expect, which is the superintendent's written recommendation, a statement of reasons, if that's applicable, relevant evaluation or performance summaries, and other documents the CSA deems essential. But the board should not receive full personnel files unless directly relevant. So this does go back to the trust relationship with the superintendent and his staff, right? Because if that's broken, then that has to be repaired for this to function at all, right? All of this, and if that's broken, it either has to be repaired or it has to be managed, right? Because this is where I do hold the board accountable. Whether the board is right or wrong, this is sometimes, I've sat in meetings where I'm like, I don't really agree with anything the board is saying, but it's the majority of them. And if the majority of them are dissatisfied with the superintendent's performance to where they don't trust the words that are coming out of his mouth, then that needs to be addressed. And not on side conversations, not on phone calls with your employee. Because if there is no trust, all of this is a waste. right? So but if there is, it allows you to just say, here is what we expect you to provide. So where I'll end is, I think we need to establish the process. We shouldn't just do this, depending on the person, depending on the day. What is the process? Maybe a follow-up can be establishing a checklist. What do you want when these personnel actions are being brought to you? What do you consider to be a sufficient statement of reasons? What do you consider to be a sufficient superintendent written recommendation? What facts do you want in it? I think those are the things that we need to put together, establish a checklist. What timeline do you want those things given to you in? Those things, I think, will help things flow more smoothly. It will usually alleviate a lot of last-minute things happening. And more importantly, I think it helps to maintain that relationship. Because if you're upfront with the superintendent about what you want, if his staff and they don't deliver, you are supposed to hold him accountable for the conduct of his staff, which I'm sure he will ensure that they are now delivering. And if they're not, he will be holding them accountable. And the system works in that sort of cycle of life. So I wanted to kind of go over some of the practical stuff, because again, I know you've been hearing a lot of theory, but just talk about the issues that I know that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, in hopes to just continue to keep the collaboration and lines of communication open from a legal perspective. So are there any other questions?
I think this last part, we just heard and talked through a little bit, but I think in having this PowerPoint and listening to you, we can work together to develop what we want as a board to work with our superintendent and holding him accountable, or him holding his administration accountable, but then us just understanding our roles, us understanding my role as board president and how we're supposed to work together, what constitutes as ethical and unethical, so that we have a more clear understanding of our actions around dais or an executive session or in the public. So this helped. I don't have any questions. I know we're a little over time, but we can definitely take questions if commissioners have questions, because I don't want to hinder us from getting the clarity that we need. Do you guys have any questions?
I don't have a question, but kudos to you. I have never had a presentation.
Oh, thank you.
You gave, not just me, you gave all of us, the group, you gave us clarification.
Right,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where have you been?
But that's why I wanted to do it when the tensions are low, because the answers are the answers. On the day you call me and somebody got on your last nerves, these are still the answers. So thank you for that, and I'm always here for any questions.
For you to make sure that the board received the clarity, because again, with the board president, my access, like she said, sometimes it's a little more, my access to the legal counsel and to the superintendent is always where I can understand something, but as board president, I have to make sure that everybody has that same clarity, and so I'm glad that you guys received it.
Thank you again. Kudos, kudos.
Can I just offer one thing, to the previous conversation about voicing your line? I'm hearing a lot about accountability, and as I hear about accountability, I also want to make sure that I hear about support, right? Because it has to be a supportive relationship, or it can be a positive relationship, right? In order for you as a board to be able to enjoy what I think y'all are saying you want to enjoy with the superintendent and the district, you have to make sure that they don't just feel like it is always accountability, because rules without relationship equal rebellion. So you guys have to collaboratively communicate, because you can ask me about accountability, about accountability, but if you don't give me the supports I need, I saw your hand, I'm on their time, so when it's my time again, you can ask me that question. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hassan, Mr. Cox, you're up.
Nick, can you cue us up, please?
Good afternoon once again, distinguished board. At this time, Mr. Hassan and I will go over the presentation for the strategic budget process. I will lead it off. For those joining us at home, you can view the budget calendar that is proposed for the board's adoption today as item P1 on the board agenda. Board, I've just passed out to you the budget calendar that we'll go over really quickly, just so that you can see the process that was discussed and what was formulated in collaboration with Chair Johnson as the Chair of Finance and Operations, as well as the entire Finance and Operations Committee. First and foremost, one of our most vital tasks is to ensure, dependent largely upon state aid, we must know what our enrollment figures are, not only for projected for the future year, but the enrollment numbers over the last 3 years as we submit our application, we certify and submit our application for school state aid. The anticipated date of completion is December 1st for that. We will initiate that in September with the Office of Enrollment, with the Department of Enrollment, and certify that by that capture date of October 15th and complete the necessary forms and submit those to the state. We had an extensive conversation with the Finance and Operation Committee relative to ensuring that transparency for the entire process is maintained throughout this current budget process. And we will begin to have those intense budget conversations the first week of November, where we will outline those during our committee structure to really outline those budget goals in terms of how the Finance and Operation Committee sees the process going and what the goals of the budget process will be. As it was discussed last evening, you have to really outline what you expect that goal that budget to accomplish, besides just paying the bills, as I believe Ms. Jacobs stated last evening. We will maintain those committee meetings in December and distribute enrollment projections and school-based budgets in the first week of December. If you look at your budget or remember budgets in prior years, that Fund 15, where we give that per pupil allocation to the individual school principals so that they can accomplish in line with the district's goals, their priorities for their schools, accomplishing those needs to really move not only their school but Plainfield Public Schools forward. Around that same time, we'll open the budget software for respective principals, division heads, department heads, and office heads to align their strategic priorities outlined and approved by the board, what we project the budget needs to be during that first beginning of December, because then you have to we want to get away from the wish list. We said that last year. We don't want to do a wish list, but we do very much want to align our priorities and what that funding those priorities would take. Right before the winter break holiday, my office and team will kind of align those priorities as input by those respective principals, division, department, and office heads with our position control roster. We'll analyze salaries. We have it a little bit better now because the board has approved collective bargaining agreements both for PASA and PEA, so it makes predictability a little bit better. We'll review our obligations in terms of lease and bond payments that are necessary, that the board has already approved, that we don't have any negotiation in that. We have to make those payments. And we'll also review personnel requests and needs to see what those costs would add to the already stated budget. We have slated first week, soon as we come back from that winter break, a tentative budget committee meeting, not hearing, pardon me, so that the Finance and Operation Committee can really see where we're at in terms of putting that all together from a personnel need, debt obligations, as well as projected revenues and expenses. We will have an additional budget proposal meeting so that the board can start to really see where we're at, so that there is no need to feel rushed for any of the budget scenarios or the budget projections that we anticipate after making full analysis of all revenues and expenses. We would like at our January 20th board meeting to do a public update to kind of let the full board know where we stand, so that necessary comments, concerns can be brought up at that time, and that we can have the adequate time to go back, reassess, readjust, reevaluate. first week of February, we'll continue based upon the feedback of the board, the full feedback of the board, what those adjustments will look like in the committee structure. And we have slated based upon, and some of these last few dates, I want to say, when the state publicizes the election calendar, we will update them aligned with the statute and where that falls on our traditional meeting schedule. So we have it slated tentatively for March 10th. That may change slightly once the election calendar is produced. If we then do have it on February 10th, that preliminary budget hearing, adoption will take place and necessary filing with the county and the state on March 11th. If there are any unreadiness or still further adjustments that need to be made, we have a tentative budget committee meeting slated for March 19th to address those matters. We have an obligation to go ahead and advertise when we'll have our public hearing based upon the feedback from the county and state. And once they go ahead and approve what has been submitted after the tentative budget hearing, that is slated to be accomplished by April 8th, 2026, with a final public hearing and final adoption slated for April 24th of 2026. Aligned in that process, Mr. Hassan will discuss with the necessary chiefs and building principals and administrators about any non-tenured staff observations, evaluations, and notifications for potential non-renewal. In the event when our budget is passed on that April 24th, tentative April 24th deadline, we will be in compliance and ensure that our user-friendly budget is posted to our district website for the community as a whole and public as a whole to review those high-level budget items, budget account items, and how they are applicable to our full budget. If needed, fingers crossed, if we do need to come back for an additional meeting to make adjustments and final adoption and approval of the budget, that is slated tentatively for May 5th so that we could be aligned with the statutory passage of May 14th. And again, those final notifications being given to non-tenured teaching staff or other terminations by the statutory May 15th deadline, and certification of the fixed amounts will also be completed by May 15th. And so I was trying to make sure I got us back on time. We on 1:30. If you have any direct questions about the budget calendar.
Just a note that.
Yes, ma'am.
The first week of February, we're in DC for equity and advocacy. So if this meeting can be virtual, unless the commissioners are present, then there can be time set aside to meet and discuss at that time. But that first week is definitely Equity Advocacy Institute.
Thank you for pointing that out. But we already, our committee, that's scheduled for a committee meeting, Mrs. Wyatt.
That's why I said as long as it's going to be virtual like normal.
We found specifically because that is not a meeting of the full board, we don't have the same requirements. All of our committee meetings have been virtual. Awesome. And we will make sure that for those committee members, we set that date, and which is why we didn't put a specific date. We set that date so that those committee members that are attending the Equity Advocacy Conference in DC, it doesn't take them away from the necessary training and collaboration that needs to occur at that conference. We'll make sure that is on a separate day in that first week of February.
Those are the only notes that I have. This looks good, and it's aligned with what we shared with the superintendent that we're looking to do moving forward after the budget process that we just had. It allows us more time for us to digest the information and to share this information with the public. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions? Mr. Hassan.
Thanks, Cam. Appreciate that. So again, keeping in line with Cameron's last statement, I will move things along as quickly as possible. I want to start by just stating the budget process for our organization, it doesn't start when the budget proposal is presented. Like, that is an ongoing process. So if I was asked, well, when is the district going to start its budget process? My answer to that is we already started. We're here. We're constantly in that cycle. And I want to walk through a couple of slides and now close out with an activity for us to understand some best practices and how we can collectively monitor and assess the implementation of the district's fiscal plan, which is the budget. All right. So here are a few common definitions. And in this presentation, I've taken a presentation from the New Jersey School Boards Association. So if you ever go to one of those budget webinars or sessions, what's reflected in these slides that have New Jersey School Boards Association, these are their words, not mine as a superintendent. I want to clarify that, all right? So here are some common definitions. And I think as we've talked the last few days about communication, it is very important to ensure that we're all speaking the same language for every aspect of our organization, right? Every conversation that we go out and have with our public, we should be having the same conversation, using the same terminology, one, to ensure that there's alignment here, and two, to make sure that we're not confusing our stakeholders when we have discussions with them outside of this environment. So our budget. A budget is simply a plan for our appropriation, the encumbrance and expenditure of our district revenues, which are approved by the board. Appropriations, those are specifically the revenue that's budgeted for a particular purpose. And then the encumbrance. An appropriation ultimately is what we plan to spend the money on, all right? And we appropriate that in the budget in the line item. It becomes an encumbrance when we've made a legal commitment to actually execute and spend those funds. And that usually happens when a requisition is submitted by one of our various team members, and that then gets converted into a purchase order. A purchase order is in fact a legal contract between our school district and a vendor. And again, once that purchase order has been issued, those funds are encumbered. Revenue. Revenue speaks specifically to funds that the district expects to receive during the course of the fiscal year. And as we think of our costs, we have fixed costs, which for us are non-discretionary appropriations. So these are appropriations that we really have no control over as an organization, and they will remain the same over specific periods of time. So you think about the debt repayments that we have for our organization, contractual obligations. One great example is our contract with Apple for our one-to-one device initiative here in our district. And then we have variables. So the variables are appropriation that over time the district has at least some control and which may change from period to period. Now, the School Boards Association has here listed employee wages, benefits, supplies, professional development. I will add that there's a caveat when you think about employee wages, because the board and the district really has one opportunity to impact employee wages over a period of time, and that is during the collective bargaining, right? Once that takes place and the salary guides are developed, we can't go back and now say, hey, you know what, we made a mistake, we want to go back and change this. We don't want this particular employee group to make this amount of money. That's set for a period of time. For some school districts, it's 3. We have a 5-year contract with our Teachers Association and a 3-year contract with our Administrators Association. Now, what that gives us also is flexibility. It gives us sustainability through our planning cycles. We can tell you right now what our expected cost for employee wages will be in year 5 of the teacher contract. Right, we can give you the best estimate possible right now without taking into consideration any significant swing in our staffing, right, which could be impacted by enrollment, whether it goes up or down. It could also be impacted by a shift in the demographics of our student population. If we saw a rapid increase in, let's say, individuals who speak French in the city of Plainfield, and that required us to now add another element to, let's say, our bilingual program, that could impact some staffing in the future. But for the most part, those are areas that we can, in fact, provide the board with great detail, at least 3 to 5 years out. Now, there are some fiscal management DPRs that we do receive points on an NJQ SAT. So I just want to highlight quickly what those 9 indicators are, and I'll connect those back to the cycle. The first is the monthly board secretary report. There's a reconciliation process that takes place monthly. Reconciliation takes place between myself and the board secretary for the board secretary's report. You also get a copy of that and you approve that every month. There should never be more than 60 days that lapses between the closeout of a board secretary's report and when the board finally approves it. We also have a treasurer that the board appoints annually. It is optional, but we have that in place in our school district. I also do a reconciliation with the treasurer. The treasurer at no point in time can meet with the board secretary to do a reconciliation. Why? Those two are the checks and balances to each other. So if there's something wrong with the fiscal management in the organization, it should be caught within those two reconciliation processes. We have our standard operating procedures, which are, again, one of the indicators, the monthly analysis of our fiscal year cash flow. We're responsible for filing the annual ACFR now, which is the annual comprehensive financial review. We don't say CAFR because it is it has some negative connotations to it, so I apologize that that's listed here. Whether or not the district has received an unqualified opinion of an audit, whether there's management and oversight of entitlement and discretionary grants, whether there's been proper oversight in accounting of capital projects, whether there's been a referendum or other Fund 30 capital projects, whether there's been an implementation and review of the projects that are listed in the district's long-range facilities plan. We are legally required to update the long-range facilities plans every 5 years. Now, what's even more critical about the long-range facilities plan, specifically for a school district like ours, we are a New Jersey School Development Authority district, former Abbott district. What we have in our long-range facilities plan will severely impact how the SDA prioritizes our capital project needs. So there is a list. I've shared that information with the board via email a few months ago. We are either number 6 or 7 on the list of prioritized school districts who are slated to receive new schools here in the state of New Jersey. That information is determined by what is in our long-range facilities plan and supported by our enrollment projections. And we've done 2 demographic studies over the last 4 years in our school district to help support us. And because we've done that work, it has helped elevate us on that list of prioritized schools. And the last is annual health and safety reviews, which are conducted at each building. You also approve those annually on the board meeting. But these are things that impact that QSAC rating for fiscal management, right? And as indicated, I sent an email to the board last night as a follow-up. We are well above the 80% threshold in that indicator, which shows that we have good processes and good practices in place. But I want to make sure we take some time to go a little deeper on this with a little activity we can close out. So on the next few slides, these are financial responsibilities that the board owns. And these, again, not my words. Right? It's not me telling my bosses this is your responsibility. This is directly from the New Jersey School Boards Association. And overall, when you think about the financial responsibilities that are listed, developing district financial goals, right, and supporting the district's educational plan. Now, if there's one thing that I could say when I'm reflecting on our budget process and what it's looked like over the last few years, it hasn't always started with identifying district financial goals coming from the board. Like, those are really the guardrails for me and my administration. And we want to be intentional about developing those goals on the front end of the process this year, because it will ensure that we hit the target when we do come to the board with that full proposal. And some of those financial goals could be as a result of discussions and understanding what some pain points are in the organization. One financial goal could be that, hey, with any proposal that comes before the board for this fiscal year, we don't want the tax levy increase that's imposed on the township to exceed this amount. That could be a financial goal that's given on the front end of the process. Another goal could be that the board would like to see in our future proposals that there is between a 5 to 7% reduction in the district's projected cost for out-of-district placements, right? Those are realistic goals that could be given on the front end. And our job as an administration would be to then come back with a proposal that fits in those parameters, supports the overall educational goals and missions of the organization. But if there's something that we may need to have some flexibility on, that would provide us to have opportunities for dialogue to talk about what those constraints are, maybe from the external environment, that may impact our ability to do so. So I'll stay on the lines of the tuition increase. That's great, right? And when we think about our ability to just put it on paper, but if approved private schools in the state of New Jersey end up increasing their tuition rates year over year by 9%, it will make it very difficult for us to be able to close that gap without creating programs internally in the organization. Yeah, go ahead.
So Mr. Hassan brings up a great point. And one of the challenges that we often see with our population, with a significant population of out-of-district placements, is not only if those state-approved providers increase their tuition by 9%, the law almost allows them to unilaterally increase their tuition rates after the year has passed. So, yeah, so if you think about, there may be a student we sent to X, Y, and Z school for a specific need that they have that we couldn't accommodate here in the Plainfield Public Schools. We may have sent that student to that school during the 23-24 school year, but 23, 24, 24, 25, 20, we might not find out until the end of the 25-26 school year that although we've already paid the bill for the tuition for that student, we now owe an additional $8,000 because they raised their rates for that school year 2 years ago, then they notify us. So as best as we project the cost for out-of-district placement tuitions, we are often in a conundrum because they have a 2-year look back to be able to amend and increase their tuition
And they're not
costs.
obligated to inform us in real time about these increases?
That's right.
So think of it, it's more of an audit process for them. So they have a certain amount of time, I believe it's a 2-year look back to kind of close out that audit experience. And at the end of that audit, the state takes information from various school districts to determine what the, let's say, state average cost was for running, let's say, a behavioral disability program. If the state has gotten information through surveys from various school districts, let's say that cost came out to be that on average, school districts were paying $40,000 per student, right, in those programs. But private school A only charged $30,000 during that year. They can come back and retroactively bill us and say, hey, you guys sent us 2 students that we served in that school year. We need $20,000 to cover the difference. So, as we think about areas of opportunities for advocacy around budgeting and fiscal impacts, that is an area that I don't think is rarely discussed. I'm talking about from a large scale with boards about how we should approach the legislators about making a significant change or impact to that. I don't think there's any other industry where someone would be given the opportunity to do a 2-year look back after financial audits have already been conducted, books have already been closed out, and literally, payments been made, and now you have the ability to just really come and say, we need additional funding. All right? So I'm gonna, again, move us along. Yes, ma'am.
Right now, the U.S. Department of Education is being dismantled. We don't know what effect that's going to be on our special needs.
So, well, what we've received so far, Mrs. Hembry, is that there have already been some changes to grant opportunities. We've seen some impact on the SEMI side, which is the Medicaid reimbursement, but that is directly tied to the supports for students who receive special education programming. We haven't seen any negative impact yet with extraordinary aid. We're keeping our fingers tied and crossed for extraordinary aid because that is a significant revenue source for us as a school district. But we are keeping our eyes open for those things. Again, these are, more the responsibility, but this speaks to the review and approval of the monthly board secretary's report, which I discussed, annually appointing an auditor, treasurer of school monies, and also a board secretary. Planning and policy. One of the responsibilities as we think of long-term planning for the organization is determining a long-range strategic plan and also being able to support the strategic plan. I think it was in the 22-23 school year we had a presentation with Mr. Makai Ali, and one of the questions he asked was how much will it cost to implement and operationalize the strategic plan. Every strategic plan that's created has a dollar amount that's attached to it. And it is the responsibility of us to make sure that that is put into place. The other areas of responsibilities include the auditing process and bidding. So while from a day-to-day standpoint, my administration, under the leadership of Mr. Cox, is responsible for drafting RFPs, ensuring that they're advertised, receiving all appropriate information to review the packets, and make sure that the lowest responsive bidder is the company or organization that we in fact recommend to the board, unless it's a competitive contract, which has some additional elements to it. The board does play a significant role in that process as well, because ultimately you are the governing body that approves and rejects all bids that are brought forward to you. And again, bids that are brought forth to the board are really those items that are above the threshold, the bid threshold. All of the items will be handled internally. The last component is the budget. And here's just a list of items, some of which I've already discussed: setting the budget parameters, understanding the proposed budget implications. I'm sorry. Thank you. Assisting and explaining the budget to the public, and then evaluating on an ongoing basis the implementation of the budget. And my hope is that after we conduct a few of these activities, we'll all walk away, I think, feeling a little, having a greater level of comfort of how we can do that. Here's a cycle, and in a nutshell, when you think about us developing a budget, this is, for me, a very, very simplified process, really looking at 5 steps. And there's some things that happen in between these cycles. But going back to that original point, we start with developing the budget goals, right? Now, once those budget goals have been developed, we go to work. And in between that time period, the next phase, there will be various meetings that take place internally amongst my administration. There'll be committee meetings that take place. And at the next milestone, we will be able to present to the board a preliminary budget. And I want to emphasize preliminary. Preliminary means this is a proposal. It is not set in stone. It is a proposal. A proposal is simply a recommendation. Now, there are times where, in order to move to the next phase of the process, obviously we need to have the approval of the proposal. But until it becomes a fully adopted budget through a formal hearing, it is simply just a proposal and can be changed at any time, right, by having conversations in a public meeting and having a vote of the majority of the board. Once that preliminary budget has been, in fact, approved, another layer of work has to take place, and that's communicating the budget proposal to the community and to the stakeholders. Now, as an administration, we do hold individual school-based budget meetings at every school throughout the district. So while we're having our conversations here, principals are also having those conversations at their schools, and that provides them an opportunity to receive feedback from parents. Now, from that point on, we move forward with the adoption and implementation of the budget, and that takes us to this point in the cycle that is the start, the end, the middle of a budget cycle. It's everywhere. And that is really assessing and supporting the implementation of the district's fiscal plan. Monthly bills list. So there's a bills list that is presented to the board every month. You want to know what the district and my administration is spending the money on? Look at the bills list. The bills, a vendor cannot be paid unless it's an emergent circumstance. They cannot be paid without the approval of this bills list. They're not on the bills list, they don't get paid. So here's an example. If during the curriculum, instruction and program committee meeting, we discussed a professional development, and I discussed Danielson a few times. Okay, had I not mentioned it in this setting, but I told the board, let's say, back in May, the Danielson group was coming during the course of the summer and they were going to execute this presentation. One way to find out if it happened, did we pay them a bill for executing those services? And it's right there on the bills list, which is provided in every monthly board packet, right? Now, here are a few items to consider in the budget and budgeting. I won't stay on these slides because these are very similar to what our facilitator from last night actually mentioned. I think there were 4 major areas, but they fit and tuck nicely into those spaces. Considering our educational program, do they align with the district vision, mission, goals and strategic priorities? What are the enrollment projections for the district? Is that impacting anything at the building level? Do we need to ensure that we have more funds in our capital outlay to consider building expansions? How are we considering staffing levels, classroom sizes, negotiated salaries? Number 6, I think this is extremely important, and that is inflation. Inflation, which impacts some of the costs for our organization. We look at the consumer price index, and over the last 2 school years, last year the consumer price index was higher than 5%, and this year I believe it's estimated to be somewhere around 3.6%. And I want to think about that. If you take that 3.6% and just apply it to the budget from last year, that's a statement here in the state of New Jersey saying that they're expecting the cost of goods and services on average to increase by 3.6%. In most school districts, when they do an annual increase for the tax levy, it's 2%. So that means, all things being considered, you're already going into a budget cycle where you're looking for $1.6 million to help you, 1.6% to cover any gap that might exist between the 2% increase in the levy and a 3.6% increase across the consumer price index. Other areas to consider: transportation, special education costs, professional development costs. Now, budget is comprised of our revenue sources and expenditures. While there are a lot of revenue sources listed here, the vast majority of our revenue as a school district comes from our local property taxes, which is the local tax levy, and our state aid. State aid is greater than 80% in terms of our overall revenue here. Federal aid is another huge source of revenue. However, we do not calculate federal aid in our general fund. That is Fund 10. We consider that is considered special revenue. And special revenues have specific obligations in terms of how those funds can be spent, but that's also a volatile revenue source for school districts, particularly under the current administration that we have in Washington. As it relates to expenditures, you'll see current expenses, capital outlay, capital reserve fund, and our debt service. So moving forward, these last 3 slides, now we'll provide this presentation. It really highlights what the district budget is. All right? So it really is a financial expression of the district's educational goals and our aspirations. It's also a plan that helps us control the level and the type of spending for a particular school year. And it's also seen as a consensus document that reflects the input from my administration, the board, and the community. More information on the board's role in the budget. Again, those are words and terms that come straight from the New Jersey School Boards Association. And now, I want us to get into a quick activity. So you have some documents. One is the proposed budget calendar, so you don't need this document right now, but we wanted to make sure you had one in your hand as Cameron went through his slides. But you have a document that's titled Reading and Understanding the 2022-23 report of the board secretary. It's a document from the State of New Jersey's Department of Education. I want to go through a quick exercise. And we also have the board secretary's report for our general fund, which is Fund 10. This is a document that is on we have the May on the agenda, right? All right. This one will be finalized as a part of, usually as a part of the audit, so there's a little bit of lag. But right now, this is a document that I will be using to have dialogue with our CFO and board secretary about the fiscal condition of the district. And I want to take a moment to go through some of the major components of the board secretary's report so we kind of know what it is. We are a school district that has a $330 million operating budget. Right? That's a big deal. And I think it's also important so that when we're having these conversations, there's some level setting and that we all are clear about what's included in the budget. Now, who's an accounting major in here? Anybody? All right. Huh? Jeff. So Jeff knows this one here. So this is the accounting equation. If you understand this equation, you can understand the most complex accounting scenarios, particularly for a school district that uses double entry bookkeeping, right? And what we really want to remember and understand is this: assets equals liabilities plus equity. Assets equal liability plus equity. Now I want you to pull up the board secretary's report that we have. And if you have a highlighter, I want to take you to some areas, and Kim, you can help me walk around on this one. Okay. I want you to scroll down to the second section that says resources, and you will see account number 301 and account number 302. You see that on the front page? And if you go over to the right, you'll see it says total assets and resources, $48,811,510.05. You see that? All right, I want you to highlight that. So this represents our resource section, right? And now we're going to go down to, and for resource, for all intents and purposes, that's equivalent to the equity component that's listed right here, right? Now I want us to go down where it says liabilities. It's the next section below that. Here, under liabilities, we see 9.8 million. So it's $9,872,908.94. You see that?
Yes.
All right, so that's our liabilities there.
Highlight that.
Highlight the liabilities. And now if we go down further to the section that says fund balance, you'll see there's a total there at the bottom of $38,938,601.11.
No, I don't have that.
It's on the front.
Right here.
Oh,
right here.
38, above the
Yeah.
48.
Yeah, above the 48. So highlight that.
Got it.
All right. So I'm going to go over this and quickly the accounting equation. So for all intents and purposes, at the bottom you see it's where it states total liabilities and fund equity, 48, right? So we're going to put that in this equation here. We're going to fill that in. That's going to be our A, right? Assets equals total liabilities plus our equity. So 48.8 million, those two numbers should always tie out on the report. If those numbers don't equal the same, that resource line and the total liabilities and fund equity, we automatically know that something is off and that our books are not balanced. It's number one. And you'll get that by simply taking, I'll use Mr. Johnson. If you take this number here, which is the 38.9 million, right above it, and you add that to the 9.8 million under your liability, that's going to get you your total of 48.8 million. Okay. And Cam, you could walk around and show the commissioners those two.
I got it. I know.
These two equal that.
All right. So
This ties into that number.
So now that we know that, that's very, very quick. If you took those figures and you just dropped them into a calculator or an Excel spreadsheet, when you got your board secretary's report, that's probably going to take you 2 minutes to do, right? Just to pop the numbers in. Checkpoint, right? our assets equal our liabilities and equity, that means that at that level, we know that we're fully balanced in the organization right now. Right? That means that Cameron and his team, they haven't made any errors. We haven't put a 1 where it should have been a 7, right? Everything meets and everything ties out. I now want to go through some of the elements of the board secretary's report. So I want to go through the interim balance sheet. I want to quickly go through budget versus actual, schedule of revenues, and statement of appropriations. So if you turn your board secretary's report over to page number 3, the top of the page will be labeled interim statements, comparing budget revenue with actual to date and appropriations with expenditures and encumbrances to date. And as you go across the columns, you'll see there are 6 columns. And I want to start at the top where we talk about our revenue sources that go into Fund 10, the general fund. You'll see a column that's entitled Original Budget Certified for Taxes. Everyone see that?
Yes.
That means that on the tax certification for our school district, when the budget was created, this is what we said we would receive as a revenue source in those following amounts across those categories. So from local sources, that means the tax levy, we have $27.6 million. From state sources, meaning our state aid, we have $278 million. And from federal sources, federal grants, et cetera, we have $323,000. Now, if you go over 2 more columns, you'll see budget estimated. Those numbers are the same. And then you'll see a column that says actual to date. See, everybody following?
Right.
Actual to date. That means that as of running this report, that is the exact amount of revenue that the district received across that category. Now, if you go over 1 more column, it shows unrealized balance. And here's where we really start to do our work to monitor the revenue that we receive, right? So as a superintendent of schools and with Cameron, we look at it like this. If we have here in our budget, you owe us $27.6 million, you better pay us $27.6 million. And this report will show us exactly what we've received. So if you go across, you'll see a note section, and it says under or over. So if you go across that line for our local sources, it shows that as of this report being printed, we were under $36,000 from the local sources, right? The local tax levy. So that's a conversation that Cameron and his team is having with the city of Plainfield about when that final check is coming to the school district, right? But you would be able to see whether or not we're on track with our revenue, right? Are we getting in the revenue that we need to go out here and purchase these programs and pay our staff members? You also see on the next line from state sources, we are over in revenue by $2.9 million. Guess what? That's a great point of discussion.
That means you got more.
Because we got more, right? And now as board members, you want to know, well, how do we get an extra $2.9 million? What happened? Guess what? That's extraordinary aid. That's the driver for that. And we're supposed to have those answers to be able to bring that to you all. But you have to know, right, what's here so that you can ask the questions. And this is what this process is going to help us do. And for federal sources, we're under $237,000. Why are we under? Right? And there's one more thing that's there that we would add for that has us under. We just talked about that one. It's the SEMI reimbursements changed.
It's the what?
SEMI, the Medicaid reimbursements, which is a federal that comes to us, but it goes back into that account, right? So that's another element of the report. So we just went through really quickly 2 major spaces on this board secretary's report, and we're talking about millions of dollars, and we can now go really deep on 2 critical areas. Let's jump down to the next section of the report. Next section. What we just went through for the revenues, guess what? We have the same reporting format for the expenditures. Look at the columns, right? What was originally budgeted for regular programs under instruction? It was $8.9 million. You also see that we transferred $4 million into it, to that line item, and that took our appropriations to $13 million, and then our expenditures to $12.4 million, and encumbrances to $538,000. So when you think about what's spent in the organization, there are 2 columns that you want to focus on if you want to really look at what's actually been spent and what's been committed. You want to look at expenditures and encumbrances. Expenditures meaning it's been sent already, the board has already approved through bills list payments totaling $12.4 million across this particular functional or categorical line. And it also means that there are still $538,000 worth of payments that are still sitting out because those are purchase orders that haven't been closed, or the bills list haven't been approved yet for us to pay those vendors out. Or it could be that some of the vendors are still in the process of providing the services, right? But those are commitments that we still have on the books. And if you look to the right, that last column, it shows the available balance, right? $119,000. Now, we're not always going to spend down every account line to it until it's zero, right? But what you all should expect to see from us, think about it in over a 10-month cycle, right? Let's say over a 10-month cycle, you gave, for all intents and purposes, very round numbers, you said, superintendent, here's $100, right? You have 10 months during the academic year for the most part, from September until we close out, for regular instruction programs. Here's $100, 10 months. If I showed up to the board in month 8 and I still had $80 left, that's a problem, right? That means that we're not making the investment. That means that we came to the board and said, hey, we needed $100, but we're almost through the entire school year and we haven't spent half of it. So that's really a look for. So when you look at the $119,000 from regular instructional programs, do you all think that we've done a good job of spending that down, or is that something that you think we need to have further conversations about?
I mean, this is as of now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you've done a good job spending it down. You still got some time to go.
All right. So, and again, it may not ever hit zero, but that is very close. That's more than a 90% spend on that budgetary or categorical item, which means we spent the funds the way that we told the board and the public we would in our budget plan. Right, Cam?
Could I add to that, Mr. Hassan? Similarly, though, post the board's approval of the budget, we made an operational internal assessment, to Mr. Hassan's point, that we needed to transfer in almost $4.1 million above and beyond what we thought we needed. Sometimes what can happen when you do that, to Mr. Hassan's point, is you may not get to down to zero, is because we added those transfers to equate for what we assessed the additional needs to accomplish those goals were, but then we were efficient with that transferred funds and we didn't get back down to zero. So that would also tie into the transfer report that the board gets.
2 more sections really quickly and we're done. Mrs. Smith?
So when the available balance is at zero, I assume that's a bad thing?
No, it's not bad. It means
It
that
shows that you're investing in that section, but if it gets down to zero and say we have another 8 months of the school year left,
that's a problem.
That's a
right?
problem.
So, great question.
how do you transfer, I'm sorry, so say, how can you take regular program instruction available balance and transfer it into bilingual education with the transparency of not moving a bunch of money around.
Yes. So the board authorizes me as the superintendent to initiate transfers. Now, there's a legal requirement. There are certain categorical and functional areas in which you cannot transfer in or out more than 10% of what the original budget was from out of that particular area. If we had to exceed that percentage, we would have to get approval from the executive county superintendent of schools to do so.
It has to be in the same category, like you couldn't transfer something from grounds to special ed.
Well, we could.
Oh, you could?
Yes, we could.
Wow.
And again, another report, the board receives a monthly transfer report every month that will show you any transfers that we had to make in between, last board meeting and now, to be able to cover. And those are, again, if there's some transfers there, you want to know, hey, why was there a transfer made from this account to that account? And it's not, just so we're clear, it's not so real like the granular, but it gives you across the functional area or program area at a high level. But it is, again, the report is there, and those are questions that should definitely be asked. To that earlier point, the earlier point you made of spending down too early. Now, there's a few things, and this is why it's important, I think, to have the conversation. Well, let's say a major part of, now I'll use instruction and programs. Let's say a big spend was updating curriculum material, right? Now it was a significant portion of the budget. The majority of that money would be spent over the summer, right? Because you have to buy the curriculum material for the start of the school year. So again, when we start having the conversations, it's like, oh, hey, you know what, Mrs. Smith, remember the new curriculum rollout we did for math? We did social studies and science all in the same year. We had to pay for all of the curriculum materials over the summer. That's why it looks like we had a large drawdown, right, in such a short amount of time. But those are great questions to ask. All right, so keeping up, if we go down to, so we just went over the expenditures portion. If we quickly turn to page 5 of the board secretary's report, you will see this page is titled Actual Compared with Estimate. So this is a schedule of revenues. It is a deeper breakdown than what you see on the prior pages. So now, if you want to look into the local sources to see what makes up that large category, you will see the local tax levy, tuition from LEAs, that are local education agencies who send their children to us. You have rents and royalties, and you have miscellaneous revenues. When we look across, you get to see what's real, what's unrealized, right? If there's any gaps there. If you look at tuition from LEAs, we budgeted $45,000, but we received $111,000. So it shows in parentheses here, it doesn't mean it's a negative. It means we actually received more than what we originally projected. And if there's a positive number in that category, it means that we actually received less. If you scroll down under the state sources, you'll see extraordinary aid. I mentioned this previously. You go all the way to the column on the right, you see in parentheses $2.5 million. That means that we received an additional $2.5 million in extraordinary aid that we didn't budget for. And there's one more section. If we go over turn over to page 6. This is a statement of appropriations compared with the expenditures and encumbrances, very similar to the pages we reviewed. Yes, ma'am, page 6. And this has another just in-depth breakdown across the programs and the subcategories that feed up to it. So if you remember, we looked at regular instructional programs on the prior pages. It really just had one line. But here you'll see there are 5 additional categorical appropriation lines that feed up into it. So you're able to look at, we're able to hear, assess, and review salaries of teachers in grades 1 through 5, et cetera, et cetera. So this gives us the more in-depth breakdown on this particular page. Now, a few things I want us to note. We have Fund 10, which is our general operating budget. That is the vast majority of that is where all of our resources are. Right? So when we present the budget to the board, we're presenting to the board what's happening in the general Fund 10. We also have Fund 15, which are school-based budgets. So every school in the district has their own budget. They do their own budget presentation, et cetera, and that is reflected under Fund 10. So when you look at the board secretary's report going forward, you'll see a report for Fund 10. You're going to see one for Fund 15. You're going to see one for Fund 20, for Fund 30, and that's capital projects, and then the last would be for Fund 60, which is our enterprise account. And the enterprise is any program that we run in the district as a business. So for us, Fund 60, that would be food services because it operates as its own enterprise. And the same, everything we just walked through on this board secretary's report, the other funds, they look exactly the same, all right? Are there any questions for me or Karen?
I thought we received more money for bilingual education, just the 23,000?
Karen, show me what page we're looking at.
On page 6, Mr. Hassan, and she's looking at,
Right here.
bilingual education, so she's looking at
Instruction.
Got you.
instruction relative under special ed.
Yep.
So this is kind of like a sub-tier of a sub-tier, Mrs. Henry. So this is the instruction of bilingual education specifically under special education. Not I think you're thinking of with our demographic population overall.
Yeah.
Bilingual, that's not that. That's just the bilingual relative to special education.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Smith?
Yeah, so I have two questions. One, just, this was great. This brought a lot of clarity. I wanted to suggest if this report of, if this training, this understanding the report of the secretary can be implemented within orientation and new onboarding, because I feel like if this information, if I knew this year one, I think I could have asked better questions and had a better understanding. And to add, not to put anything on anybody else, anything more on your plate, but I think what you presented this afternoon would be a great segue into a community forum series of the community actually understanding how to read these reports, how to read the agenda, and also how the budget process works, where they have an opportunity to actually ask questions and really dive in. Because I feel like a lot of times the questions that are being asked is simply because they don't understand how to read this language, and it's really not enough time at a board meeting, it's not the appropriate setting to go back and forth. So I think if maybe like a more condensed version of this that was like community friendly in a language that they would understand, and the highlighters and all that, I really think this could be a wonderful interactive forum for the community to feel a part. So when they see these numbers, it's not like, oh, well, they're not spending the money, because all they see is like the zeros and they don't understand the different categories. So just that part. And also, as you mentioned about the retroactive billing for the private schools, I wanted to know how as a board can we stand alongside you and advocating against that outside of the delegates assembly, and if there was like on a legislative level, like if there were like letter templates that like us and like we could start like a mailing campaign and get like staff and community members to really start pushing that on a legislative level, because that's going to affect the budget drastically.
Yeah, I agree. I think the letter templates, those technologies are there. I think one of the first steps would be to have some conversation with our local representatives in the legislative body to put it on their radar. I did have conversations with Assemblywoman Linda Carter just about some of the budget concerns and from a state funding standpoint. But this is something that we could definitely make sure we get on our reps' radar first and see what's happening there. So more than happy to work with the board to figure out the best way to do that.
Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bilingual. So under regular programs, the bilingual teachers are in this from grades 1 to 5, grades 6 to 8, salaries of teachers, blah, blah, blah.
So you wouldn't really see it on this one, Mrs. Henry. The reason you wouldn't is because those teachers are ultimately school-based and they are paid out of Fund 15. So you're going to see that detail you're asking about. You're going to see that more in Fund 15. So there's about, I want to say, a third of the district budget is literally transferred from Fund 10 and given to the schools, because those are the accounts that are used to process the payments. So you'll see that reflected in Fund 15 because they're not centralized, district centralized employees. They report directly to the schools.
I have a comment. I'd like to say thank you for this information. It's really appreciated. I think hearing the comments, the feedback from the commissioners, your presentations, I'm going out on a limb. I would like to say that it doesn't seem like we're trying to hide anything. Right?
No, we're not.
There would be cases where people would say you're giving too much information, and I think this particular board is absolutely doing the complete opposite. That being said, what I appreciate is the opportunity to ask questions, to learn, to Commissioner Smith's point. If we receive this information and training earlier on in our terms, it will be helpful. And there is training available, right? And this is not to respond to you, but there's training available at the conferences, New Jersey School Board. Like, I've gotten some budget training. And what it doesn't give me, quite honestly, is with all this information, it may give commissioners the impression that we have some sort of direction or input in where the funds are going to go. I remember my first year on the board, right, and forgive me, but I was like, yo, man, I want to, I came in with lofty goals, and I was like, yo, the music department could use $10,000 more. Mm-hmm. And I think you told me, well, where are we going to get that money from? I think it was like, it doesn't work like that. And I wasn't taken back because it gave me a better understanding of how it actually does work, and that as this subject matter experts, it's your job to kind of figure out how that works. And that's, that would have been an opportunity, I think, for me to kind of get into the day-to-day. So as a commissioner, and I appreciated the candor with, that's not really, you don't get to say that, right? And I appreciate that. I'm hoping that if this information, I am all for educating the community, and us sharing input, and maybe a forum or something like that to get people to understand what's going on. I would just hope that they understand that we are being as transparent as we can be, in some cases overly transparent, and what that does is opens us up for judgment for people who are not involved in the process to then question, well, why, and then they misunderstand it, right?
To her point earlier, like, the more you know, the more you're at
then
risk.
it's like,
Yeah.
and
I
like,
get that.
for example, they're gonna say, oh, all this money. Now it's like, well, if the money isn't allocated in a certain way, it's intentional or things like that. So
That's a very good point.
but as commissioners and as the administration, I think being aware that these perceptions are out there and how we manage it, how we communicate, and then hopefully some grace is given to us, that we are essentially trying to educate people, right? That we continue to inform the entire district and the community that we are moving the district forward and trying to empower people.
Well, this is live. I'm sure it's a replay.
Well, listen,
So that solves that.
So I appreciate, I think
Thank you for the presentation. It was a good
no,
job.
you're very welcome. Two things to remember. With everything that's happening with the fiscal climate, our school district is not one of the school districts that has had to cut academic programs, have any reductions in staffs, and we're not one of the school districts that has had to report any kind of deficit in their as far as the fiscal health of the school district is concerned. And this is happening every week in the state of New Jersey. Yeah, or selling buildings, so we're good.
Thank you so very much.
Good job, guys, thank you.
Fortunately, I have a prior engagement, so I'll be joining you guys virtually. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Thank you for your time and attendance.
Yep.
He logging on. Where, he's gotta go virtual.
Yeah, he's going virtual. Oh, yes, please.
Joyce. Next step out for lunch. Back.
That was great. Okay. So, as we wind down, right, because I'm about to start singing, now it's time to say goodbye to all our company, right? As we wind down, I wanted to bring us back together on what we started with today, right? Which I asked you guys to highlight some ways that you could think of to begin working towards repairing what had eroded. And you came up with a list. And so what I did was I identified some common themes on the list, right? So in terms of how you guys want to govern yourselves to make principled, ethical decisions and lead, it sounded like, I have 3 things up here, but I think I have 4 slides. I missed one. So respect and trust, communication, team building, and then there should be a 4th bullet that says consistency. It's a slide. And so here are the action steps that you all shared out, right? I summarized what I heard. So under communication, the first bullet I have is something that I think should be considered. Sounds like it could be effective, is periodic personality assessments, ideally at onboarding, so that there can be collective understanding of how individual commissioners prefer to receive information. And if it doesn't have to be as formal, it can be formal. It can be to what Vice Chair Webb talked about before, which was just having a conversation with folks and asking folks where they are and how they want to connect and what they want to talk about and how they prefer to be spoken to and whatever it is that they need to be able to receive the information so that they can continue to prioritize governance, right? The next, communicate with colleagues in digestible ways so that the communication can be turnkey to your stakeholders effectively. I think that's the conversation y'all just talked about. You, Commissioner Smith, talked about how like this was very enlightening for you and you think that it could be enlightening for the people, right? And then coming to consensus on identifying sustainable communication methods that work for the majority of the board. I think that that was a pretty significant and tangible action item that you all can work on that Superintendent Hassan identified, right? Because,
y'all are gonna have to come to consensus on something sometimes, right? Because the majority, we've heard from legal counsel, the majority of the board rules. So identifying ways that the majority of the board can agree to work together might be where we have to start. And then lastly, develop a code of conduct that requires I think that should say Lee, don't worry, Madam Board Chair, I will edit that before I send it to you. Do a better job of holding a higher standard of decorum, including mindfulness and body language and tone. Because I think that Dr. Harris gave us a word when he gave us that this morning. I think that, once again, to the Cosby Show, oh, my friend is gone, like the Cosby Show reference about that steak on that trash can lid, that sounds like that might be a part of the problem. So if we are mindful in the ways in which we communicate with other people, but also be mindful of the ways in which you're communicating with others. I'm somebody who talks with my hand. I'm a call and response girl. That's me, right? Depending upon the subject matter we're discussing, it might seem like I'm angry with you. I'm not. I'm really just passionate about the topic, right? And so I think the communication piece, as we heard from Attorney Rivera, across boards, not this board. And I think that both attorneys said something today I really want y'all to hear with your good ear. They are not talking about just y'all. This is common across boards. These issues y'all are facing are common across boards. Because y'all are here and this is your school board, it feels very personal and it feels like it's just about you. But this happens across boards, across school districts, across the country. Oh, no, I done did something. That's me? Respect and trust. I think we start by assuming best intentions, right? If y'all can come to consensus on assuming best intentions, I think that would be huge, because it's only best intentions that get people in person and on Zoom on Friday night and Saturday during Labor Day weekend to be here. Okay? It's only best intentions. So now that we know that the majority of the board has the best intentions of the students and families, taxpaying citizens of Plainfield School District, let's get on the good foot and move forward with respect and trust. Mitigate surprises. Look, life cannot be as predictable as would be comfortable for all of us. But when possible, being honest, open, and communicating what you are gonna do, what you're not gonna do, and what you can't do. That way people understand in this instance, in this moment, what can happen, rather than finding themselves in a moment and finding a surprise. Because that's not comfortable, because that is actually antithetical to establishing trust, right? Finding alternative approaches to building consensus. I think this once again goes back to communication styles. That's gonna be something that y'all have to explore. And it's not gonna happen overnight, and it's gonna have to happen over time, but if there's a commitment to making it happen, I think y'all are gonna be fine. And then listen intentionally and lead with compassion. If we presume and assume best intentions, that part will be easy. And then team building. increasing opportunities to connect with each other to establish collegial relationships, and keep each other informed about how we're feeling personally in order to connect. I think those two things are key and they go hand in hand. Some people are private people, and I think that that's fine. Even if you are a private person, if you know that your energy is off and someone is attempting to have a conversation or to initiate a connection with you, I think you're gonna need to be able to say, I see that you really wanna have this conversation, but right now my energy's a little off. Can we talk about this another time? Or if someone keeps texting you, hey, I prefer to have a 5-minute conversation so you can stop texting me. But now that we all know that Commissioner Smith likes phone calls, stop texting her. Or text her to ask her when she can have a phone call, right? And then lastly, the consistency. I think if we can honor the commitment you've made when you joined the board, right? Which was to govern. To govern, you have to be here. You have to show up. And you have to attend your committee meetings as well, because it sounds like that's the structure that you guys have, and that's how you do business. So you can't do business, you cannot govern if you don't show up. And then the other piece is about consistency, the idea that Commissioner Johnson had around reciting the board mission at the start of every meeting, and then reciting established board norms and values. And where y'all can find those are actually easy. It's what you said on your website, what you told the community you're gonna do. All of your values, all of the things that you talked about that you're gonna do, equitable, your investments in equity, ensuring equitable access for professional development for teachers and families, children, everything that you say you're going to do. Those are your values. And if they are not, then they need to be edited. But everything that's up on your standards of excellence, that's what you all say and commit to. And you know whose name is on the bottom of those, whose signature is on the bottom of that document? Y'all know whose name is on there? Y'all don't know whose name is on the bottom?
It's in Hane's.
Who?
Hane, the president, right?
It's the superintendent.
You mean the superintendent and the board president?
No, no, they are both in it, but who signs it is the superintendent.
Yes.
But you know where he gets it from? Ah, thank you. That's a social studies teacher right there, y'all. Social studies teacher right there. The board, you all established this thing. I think it's clear that you're leaving understanding that y'all probably have a lot more power than you thought. Here's the key part. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, as we've seen from the highest heights in this land. So collaboration is key, and making sure that there are checks and balances. And so with that, I'm gonna ask y'all for the very last time, this is the last time I promise, because I know y'all have business to attend to, but I am gonna ask that we take the last 18 minutes and do a little bit of reflection. So I'm gonna ask that you guys take a minute and think about what your key takeaways are. If you had to draft one key takeaway and then one key commitment, one commitment that you're leaving this retreat and you are going to make to yourself and hold yourself accountable for related to your service. So that's one takeaway and one commitment. Okay. Anyone want to go first? Any volunteers? Yes.
So, takeaway, you know, this is a really good retreat. Had some where we shared a lot of information, a lot of perspectives, but I think we definitely learned a lot. But the takeaway is that I'm definitely doing the work. I feel more confident in my role, even through the criticism. This transcript of my trainings, bless you. And just the review of information and continual reminders of what is expected of us as commissioners. This validates that I've been doing it, so I want to feel more confident in that. And then something that I plan to do moving forward is just be a little more engaging and be proactive with discussing topics with the community as well as other commissioners. I can do a better job. I think I'll make more phone calls proactively versus waiting for people to call me, and do more check-ins. I think that would, my role, not just as a VP, but just as a fellow board commissioner, I think I can be more supportive to individuals, and because people are supportive of me, so I think I can share that and help everybody grow. I appreciate the work myself.
Thank you. Mrs. Hamprey? I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Takeaway, respect and trust. If we're gonna get anything done, but we can't collapse. My commitment is to be engaging. Sometimes the meetings, I really want to contribute, but I withhold it. So I plan to contribute more to our discussion.
That chuckle tells me there's a story there, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
My takeaway is that I feel like the board, and at least the members here, and even the members that aren't here, they'll receive an update regarding the retreat. But the board members that are here, I feel like it's been a renewed commitment to their why and their commitment to the board and their purpose in this work, because it's very important. And I think that within this retreat, we were able to talk through some, have a serious conversation and actually communicate about what's going on with our board and our board superintendent dynamic and our relationships internally that may or may not be hindering the work that we're doing for the students and the families that we serve. It's also allowed us to reassess certain processes that we are obligated to carry out, such as the budget process, and find a way to refine those. With the presentation we just had, it showed that our superintendent did listen to the board when we shared with him subsequent to that process, and he's implemented different things with the board of business administrator / board secretary to make sure that not only we fully understand, but that it's digestible in the way for the public. And as long as we continue on that pathway, it'll benefit everybody, ultimately the students. For me, we are always working on ourselves. I'm always working on myself as a person and as a board member and as a leader. And I just want to continue to be consistent in providing spaces like this for the board collectively, no matter what the board dynamic is. So as the board changes, because it's liable to change with new board members coming in or going off the board annually. However, if we have consistent board retreats and we're offering board member trainings and we're encouraging participation in the ones that are offered to us that may not be on site, then that will help. But then just simply understanding each other and communicating more. I'll commit to reaching out in various different communication methods, because I can do a lot of emailing and I do get frustrated when I'm not being responded to. But again, in listening this weekend, I have to find out what methods are best for the rest of the board. And I try to do that, and I do it, and I still get the responses. Like, I can call Commissioner Smith, she will answer. But I still, sometimes I'm a little anal, I'm like, but I still need you to get on the email and respond. So for her, that doesn't work. And I have to accept that. I have to
Yes.
receive that. So I'm learning that, and I'll commit to me communicating better in that form, showing up better for committee meetings, showing up better for our leadership meetings, but in general, just making sure that I'm showing up in a way that I expect my colleagues to show up, but not expecting them to show up like I show up. Because I can't expect me from them, but I have to respect their leadership styles and receive their leadership style. So this has been awesome, and I'm excited about our pathway forward to continue to move our district forward.
Thank you.
Takeaways. I think it was a good moment in time for us to reset, really get re-energized and recharged about the work. It is, it has its ebbs and flows. And I think sometimes when we have the spans of time where we don't connect for community
Yeah.
in this way, I think it could lead to some unintended challenges at times. However, I am hopeful that as we move forward, we continue to execute at a high level, across all aspects of the organization. I think that's really important for the success of our students and our families. And my commitment is to ensure that I remain a driver for consistency, and that in my own regard that I show up and I'm consistently great to the greatest extent possible. That makes sense at all. Like being the best version of myself every day that I show up and suit up to be the superintendent of Plainfield Public Schools. And that means being reflective. That means being open to feedback that I receive from the community, from the board, but then also ensuring that I am driving accountability and implementing the feedback that I receive to make our operation run smoothly.
Thank you. We'll come to you, Dr. Harris, and I'll come back to Mr. Cox. I'm sorry, I'm having a difficult time hearing you.
Better?
Yes, thank you.
I said, so being the newest member on the board and with the least amount of experience, I think I've seen more smiles and camaraderie, glimpses of hopefulness and collaboration, and just a general sense of, again, camaraderie in this last 2 days than I think I experienced in my last 8 months as a board member. And that does make me hopeful. And I think just hearing from the brief public commenting section we had yesterday, I think the public sounds hopeful that we're moving forward in a positive direction, or returning to a more positive direction of a collaborative board process with the board members and the public to previous times. As far as my part, as how I'm going to contribute more, I spent my first several months on the board kind of sitting back, trying to learn less. I didn't talk as much, but I think now, having gained more knowledge and more experience, I feel more comfortable, more confident in sharing my thoughts and opinions and being able to communicate it with the board.
Thank you. And Ms. Smith? Oh, you're gonna go to Mr. Cox? Okay. Well, he was saying ladies first, but
Ladies first.
So my takeaway is rules without relationship equals rebellion. That stuck with me, and trying less to hold someone accountable and trying more to find ways to support them. I think that's very important. And my commitment is honoring the commitment I made when joining the board it's very easy when you're ending your final term to lose that momentum. But I feel like you have to leave with the same fire you came in with. So that's going to be my commitment, to have a bomb next 5 months.
That is wonderful.
Thank you.
You decided to
I
keep
regained
that,
that.
keep that same energy.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Cox.
A huge takeaway that I will try to implement actually came from Commissioner Smith. You can know what your norms are. I don't think she said this exactly, but this is my takeaway from you. But if people don't know those are your norms, can't expect to kind of navigate that space, right? And so for me, during this weekend, a reoccurring theme was like, what is your love language? But I think we could call it like, what is your board communication language? I think we often get displeased with how we're communicated with or not. But have we ever taken the time to say, this is what I need to engage with you as a colleague or peer effectively? And so my takeaway will be to try to make sure I hold up the mirror. Like, 'cause one of my personal sayings is like, the same energy it takes for you to hold up the mirror to show somebody what they're doing, that's easy. You gotta take that same strength, same elbow angle and everything. But if you gotta turn that mirror around on yourself, it's real hard for the average person. So I need to remind myself that if I expect certain things from people, gotta also say it. So if I'm expecting a certain type of communication, I have to communicate that to folks. So, takeaway.
And what's your commitment?
My commitment, I think, would have to be one and the same, right? To ensure, so sometimes I just go. And instead of go and trying to get it done, I need to commit to communicating why it may be a challenge or why it might not be a challenge, whether it be a simple task, given to me by the board to perform something on behalf of them, or in my daily operations as a chief financial officer. I have to do less just get it done and more talk with all the stakeholders involved.
Okay. Well, as I leave you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson is on virtually.
Oh.
Because he didn't leave, he just
Right,
had to.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, he was there.
Hello, I'm still here. Hello,
Yes, we hear you.
can you guys? Okay. Yeah, my takeaway from this weekend was very impactful, very powerful. I'm able to. I'm re-motivated. I'm re-energized to continue on the tasks that we have in front of us. What I'm going to try to do now is continue to remind everyone of the historic run that we're on, and try not to let personal stuff get in the way of what we're doing, because like I always say, I came back because I saw the synergy and everything that was happening in the district, and I just want to be a part of it, because I don't want to be around anyone that doesn't want to be legendary. If I could take something from Deion Sanders, and I always have this mantra that I want to be remembered for a long time after I'm long gone. So I hope the person sitting to the left of me, to the right of me, has that same passion. So I thank everybody for, again, coming and showing us, talking to us and giving us all that stuff. And especially, like, if I can talk about that last, Mr. Hassan and Cam, what you guys did, I wasn't able to talk about it, but that would be so great if the community could see and understand that. Like I said, just a little highlighter, like, look, this, even if it's a 30-minute meeting or session, but that was very impactful, because I learned a lot, and I hate numbers and I hate math, but I was actually sitting there engaged in it because it was explained to me in a way that's never been explained. So thank you.
Thank you. So as I leave you all, I once again want to commend everyone in the room, inclusive of the people who had to show up because they're working. I think they deserve a, yeah. When Hanae called me back and she was like, you realize that's Labor Day weekend? I was like, nah, sis, I didn't realize it was Labor Day weekend. Let me look at my calendar again and see if I can make something shake. And she's like, never mind. 5 people already told me if I can get a couple more, we gonna move it. And then she called me back and said, we running with it. And so I was like, well, then I'll be there. I did not expect 6 and 7 individuals to show up who would be willing to engage. And so I would like to thank you for engaging with me and opening the space and being willing, because you don't know me, right? But you didn't meet me with that energy. You met me with openness and you gave me grace. And I'm hopeful that something that I have said will be able to improve the quality of your experience so that you can govern this system more effectively and efficiently. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for spending your Labor Day weekend with us. You are amazing, and we hope to have you back for our part 2 of our board retreat.
And Madam President, thank you for organizing this. This was amazing, the selections, the topics. This was great.
I'm so proud. You guys make me cry because I'm so happy that you're here.
Thank you very
Okay.
much for this engaging,
I need a moment.
informative, but relatable information. I've been to retreats, and I like to thank the leaders. I like to thank our lawyer. I like to thank the superintendent, also the businessman for the information you gave us. It was so relatable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We understand the budget lines better. And we have to thank ourselves.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I expected this to have a decent group. I wasn't anticipating people not showing up, so I actually, I wasn't pleasantly surprised we got what we expected. I know people were busy, but I people make time, so thank you all for that.
No, initially I was concerned, and then I had to get out of my own head, and I said, they said they were gonna be there, just trust it. And I did my best not to hound you guys, and you showed up, and I truly appreciate that. It means so much because this retreat meant so much. But thank you.
Thank you.
We gotta get into the business before I start crying. I'm
We have to do a
excited.
special announcement, couldn't open public comment.
Okay, then I'll just read my remarks, because I have another dissertation to read to you guys. So, because I prepared them, and if I don't stay on course, it's gonna be waterworks. As we bring this retreat to a close, I want to pause and extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you. Over these 2 days, we have stepped away from the routine of agendas, motions, well, almost. Agendas, motions, and votes to focus on something just as important, and that's strengthening ourselves as leaders and as a team. We've had honest conversations, gained valuable knowledge, and challenged ourselves to look at how we can work together with greater clarity, respect, and trust. We've been reminded that effective governance is not about individuals acting alone. It is about a board acting together in partnership with the superintendent and his administration, always keeping the students of Plainfield at the center. This retreat has been about laying the foundation for the kind of board culture that lasts, one rooted in communication, collaboration, and accountability. But the true measure of this retreat will not be in the time we've spent here. It will be in what we do next, how we apply what we've learned, how we carry these lessons back into our meetings, and how we continue to build positive, lasting relationships with one another and with our district leadership. I encourage us to leave here committed, not only to our roles as commissioners, but to one another as partners in this work. When we operate with unity and integrity, we set an example for our students and our community of what strong, principled leadership looks like. So let's carry forward the energy, the clarity, and the renewed sense of purpose we've built here. Let's be intentional, let's be collaborative, and let's remember why we do this, because every decision we make impacts the future of the children of Plainfield. Thank you all for your presence, your engagement, and your dedication throughout this retreat. I am very proud of the work we've done together, and I'm even more excited for the work that lies ahead. Together, we are stronger. Together, we govern with excellence, and together, we will continue to make a difference for the students and families that we serve in the city of Plainfield. Those are my remarks. I know we still have work to do, but in the sense we needed to.
Thank you.
a little more time. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I can't say thank you enough for your time and dedication at this retreat. I'm hoping that it propels us forward and that we continue moving Plainfield Public Schools forward, but with a renewed sense of our why and our purpose in this work. So, how many more minutes do we need? Because I could keep talking.
I'd like to make a motion to open public comment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Smith that the board now open public comment at this time. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried.
Nick, we have one online, right? Nope. Oh,
I'd
no?
like to make a motion to close public comment.
Sorry, I wasn't. Do I have to even read the public disclosure?
I'll rescind my motion.
I'm asking, like,
Just so that the record knows seeing no one.
so let me just read that real quick and then.
And then I'll say.
At business meetings, privilege of the floor will be provided for 30 minutes for the public prior to committee reports. Members of the public in attendance will have the opportunity to raise concerns during this period of the meeting. Members of the public may speak once for a maximum period of 3 minutes by the clock. This time is not transferable from one individual to the next. Privilege of the floor is now open.
All right.
Anybody online?
I'd like to make a motion to close public comment.
Seeing none and hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to close public comment. Now do the
I'd like to make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Hembry that the board now close public comment at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Motion carried.
All right, public comment is closed. And now, I got it. Oh. Board members, I could check out email for clarity on page 23.
Okay.
It's in there. We're gonna leave it. It's fine. We got the clarity, it's in the email. For K-23. Mine's game is at 4. I'm gonna be late.
Hi, can I just have clarity on the holdup? Like, are we waiting for something? Okay.
Will it have to be read into the minutes? Will it have to be read into the minutes?
Oh, I thought you said you needed 10 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, then we're ready. All right, so this first and final read. Is it added?
Let me go check it.
No, it needs to be listed for first and final,
Is that right now?
because this isn't the same as the one that was
Gotcha.
revised. I don't know. Conference. There's nobody else.
Everybody refreshes is now listed for first and final.
All right, I'll now entertain a motion for consent agenda.
Pardon me, so are we, is this an opportunity to ask questions or no?
Yes, if you have questions, what questions do you?
No, I'm just, because I'm reading through the email, so, are there any clarifying, there's nothing we need to clarify? on
No,
any
the
change?
clarification, are you talking about K-23?
Yes,
That's been clarified.
okay. All right, I'd like to make a motion for a consent agenda.
It's been, hold on one second. Actually, there's a motion. Motion by Commissioner Vice President Webb. Second by Commissioner Dr. Harris to move the agenda as a consent agenda. You heard the motion. Are you ready for the question?
Yes.
There being none, all opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed have
Aye.
the same right? Motion carried. If the board will give me 2 seconds to speak with Mr. Hassan.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was something that, I sent it in the email, but we had already given permission for them to hire the staff over the summer, but it was just to offer them a position for them to approve. It was never put on the agenda to say how staff would do. So now, so that's what we're doing. All right, so we have 2 items that need to be read into the record for board approval before we vote. I'm also going to read into the record the clarification for K-23 that the board sought. I've asked Mr. Hassan to provide that clarification to the board and to the public, seeing as though the board did have questions surrounding exactly what K-23 was, the intent of K-23.
Thank you.
He'll provide that clarification for the record, and then the 2 additional items will be added. One is a donation and one is for, well, they'll explain.
Thank you, Madam President. During the June board meeting, it was, a resolution was read into the record verbally. That resolution gave me, as superintendent of schools, authority to hire for certified staffing positions, for teaching positions only during the summer months in between board meetings, so that we would not lose any candidates, et cetera. And understanding it was that the board would then come back and retroactively approve them at the August board meeting. Although the resolution was read into record, inside of board docs, there's 2 views for a resolution. It can be under administrative view, which means only the board sees it, and usually whatever we vote on has to be in public view. It was not put into the public view that night. So this is to make sure that that's shown, you know, for transparency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for that clarification.
Okay, go ahead. So we'd like to ask another clarifying question. So regarding the rice notices, were there any specific details that we needed to get more information on in executive session, or that Okay. No, there's not there. Yeah, I don't think that.
It's for staff and dinner, and we're gonna discuss that.
We go back there. I don't think, if we had to, we would be back there.
It wasn't for one. Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right, so now you can read into the record.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. My apologies. When the board went into executive session last evening, I did not talk about these items that came in after the finalized. The first item will be listed as a walk-on item, P22, a donation. Resolved that the Plainfield Board of Education accepts the donation from Robert Wood Johnson Barnabas Health for school supplies for students who were affected by the recent flood and storms. They have a significant, multiple pallets of school supplies that they contacted my office for this week, recognizing that those floods that we endured in July and the storms, there may be a significant need, and they wanted to ensure that our students had everything possible, so they made a donation to our district. And pursuant to board policy, we have to formally accept those so that we can give out those schools.
Thank you, Robert Wood Johnson.
The second one will be listed as P23, walk-on item, pursuant to the recommended administrative changes. It is the designation of bank signatures and authorization for signatories for checks and drafts on student activity accounts. And it lists for Charles and Anna Booker, a secretarial change, Melanie Villar, as well as for Maxon Middle School, acting principal, Mr. Joseph Day, and Evergreen School principal, Marianne Tankard, listed for the necessary bank depository signatures and authorization. Again, that will be listed as P23 and will be moved over as a walk-on item at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, and for the record, last night we went into executive session for the purpose of personnel, so we appreciate you bringing that to our attention today, as we are gonna take action today. We did not take action yesterday. And just for clarification, those bank signatures coincide with the recommendations for the administrators for those two buildings. So if we don't have any more conversation or any more questions, we can move forward with the vote. Do we have any more questions? Any more questions?
No more questions.
Call for the vote.
I would just need, Madam President, now that the board has agreed to move the
to
agenda,
accept
yep, to
All right,
approve the
I'll-
consent agenda.
I'll-
entertain a motion to accept the walk-on items and.
No. With that's fine. We would just, now that that's considered a part of the consent agenda, we would just need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh,
To move to a consent agenda. I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Hembry. The board now approve the consent agenda at this time. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, I will call the roll. In advance, I will abstain board members on their individual travels or potential reimbursements on the bills list. First calling Commissioner Vice President Webb.
I'm just checking something out because I have to, because I want to. So I'm assuming that the agenda has been updated with the changes, or is that pending?
yes, just refresh
Okay.
your page, and then you should be able to see
Okay.
all of the updates.
Thank you. It's not refreshing, but yes.
Is there anything that you're unsure of, Commissioner Webb, that we can clarify for you before your vote?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, again, the walk-on items were P22 for the donation and P23 for the bank signatories approval.
Okay.
You said you're a yes, sir?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Commissioner Hembry? Commissioner Dr. Harris?
I'm logging in and logging back in. No, is it?
Just want to make sure it's on there before we time.
Yeah, that's why I read it, Madam President, into the record. It just takes a second or two to move it
Okay,
over.
as long as we're good.
Commissioner Johnson?
Looks like the agenda is on the 29th date.
Just give me 1 second, because I wanted to vote no on R1, but I don't know if it was updated or not.
It was updated.
It was updated.
Okay, all right, because I was definitely opposed to limiting travel and training. So I'm a yes for everything.
Received, sir. Commissioner Smith?
Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner President White?
Yes.
As Madam President, all motions on the current agenda pass.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
It's been properly moved by Commissioner Vice President Webb and seconded by Commissioner Hembry and Johnson that the board now adjourn this board retreat and meeting in the public. You've heard the motion. Are you ready for the question? There being none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed have the same right. Motion carried. Meeting and board retreat adjourned, 3:20 p.m.
Thank you for all your time, attention, and dedication. Au revoir.